And we're live. Okay, this is the TheRantCastPodcast, an all-new, lower budget. This is Kurgan, and I have a special guest ranter with us tonight. He is known as iKarith, aka Nightbird, aka a bunch of other things. He's got the source code, he's got the inside scoop, well, sort of. He has a lot more knowledge about certain things than I do, which is why he's here.
And I know many things.
He knows me. He's seen things you wouldn't believe. All right. Well, welcome to the stream here. We are live on Twitch, and eventually this will go up on YouTube. It won't be live there.
If you're watching this on YouTube, it's not live.
It's not live. But thanks for joining us anyway. So yeah, we for those of you who haven't seen, we've been gone for quite a while. We took a hiatus over the Christmas break. StrangeBus is not with us right now. He may be joining us later. He's going to explain what's been going on with him next time we see him. But this is my first rant cast without him, so I'll just do what I can. But today, we don't have a lot of news in the world of HeroQuest, so we'll kind of forego the usual HeroQuest Power Hour. Instead, we've got a big topic you've probably been seeing if you've been online at all in the last month?
Week for sure.
Dungeons and Dragons, D&D, OGL, which stands for Open Gaming License, and a lot of WTF from the fan community, and a lot of drama, a lot of anger. This is a hot topic, so we're going to try to keep it from getting too out of hand. We're going to try to focus on facts if we can, but it is true there's a lot of speculation, there's a lot of rumor, there's a lot of rancor about it, and from what we can tell, which is understandable, people associated with Hasbro and their subsidiary companies not saying a lot in public. And I wouldn't blame them.
They are saying nothing.
Right. Well, for anybody who's worked for a big company before, you know how it is. Like, you can't talk out of turn. Nope. If you're a whistleblower, okay, but you're putting yourself on the line when you do that. So
yeah.
I guess when I first heard about this topic, my first thought was those poor D&D folks. And I'm just going to say it right now. I'm just going to put it out there. Shadzar, if you're watching this.
Hey, Shadzar, if you're watching this, seriously, say hello.
This is your hour. I'm not joking. Like, I'm not a D&D player. I'm not a D&D fan. I've nothing against D&D players or fans. I just know that it's a big monolithic. No, it's not. It's incredibly diverse. It's this huge mountain, this huge iceberg of fandom, and there's a lot of opinions out there, and he was very passionate about it on his channel, Shadzar, and he's done a lot for us. I can't thank him enough for that. But if there's any time for him to come back and just rant his head off, this would be the time. So honestly,
I mean, all he's got to do is come out and say, "I told you so."
Told you so, yeah. Because I mean, there's a lot of things you can say about D&D, but this latest thing, it seems to be kind of, would you say it's uniting a lot of people that maybe formerly would have been at odds, like, on the internet?
You've got to understand, the Dungeons and Dragons community is incredibly diverse. There are people who insist that 5e and the 1D&D playtest that's coming out are the only version that matters. Nothing else should exist. You've also got people who insist that the original, 1975 Zero Edition rules are the only thing that should exist. And a lot of in between. There are people who are hyper woke left-wing. Mm-hmm. There are people who are the exact opposite of that, right-wing. Mm-hmm. And all these people are at each other's throats most of the time.
So the game doesn't bring them together, but...
It really doesn't. They kind of go off into their own little cliques and play their own little games. Mm-hmm. This brought them all together.
Wow.
All of them.
Wow.
I mean, with the exception of like maybe 3% who are the internet and doing what the internet does. They're the people who are like, I love this. This is wonderful. And it's like, you don't.
The fanboys and fangirls. Now,
no. I don't think there are anybody who's actually read this. And of course, we'll get to that. People probably haven't, but anybody who has does not love this. They are upset.
Wow.
Like, if you got into D&D stuff, there is a person, Ginny D, green hair, bubbly, always positive, like super non-controversial ever. She got on Twitter. And tweeted out, cancel D&D Beyond.
Dang.
Today. If you have D&D Beyond, which is... Cancel it today. She told people to do that.
Wow.
That is, Hasbro is looking to get lots of revenue from transitioning D&D to kind of an online thing where most things are digital instead of printed.
Sorry, man. Before we get into that, because I do wanna just kind of set up what we're doing here tonight. I apologize for our disorganization, but yeah, there's going to be a lot to say, and I'm going to let you do most of the talking.
Sure.
I'd certainly open it up to our audience. After a little bit here, we will be kind of bringing in, it'll be like a call-in show. If people want to call in on the HeroQuest fans Discord, which you can see at the bottom of your screen, you can actually go there, and eventually we will be dropping into Quest Talk, and you can actually talk to us live. Try to keep it civil. I mean, I know tempers run high on this. I do want to also do a quick shout out to Karl Casey at White Bat Audio. Check out his stuff on YouTube. He provides the awesome music that you're hearing in the background, which I have a certain amount of nostalgia for just because we did use it in our previous attempts at the Rantcast. I know there's other Rantcasts out there, but this is the one you're looking for. So no ads this time, so we're just going to be going straight into it. So I'm going to have iKarith here, aka Nightbird, aka the guy that you want to be listening to. He's going to tell us what it is about this open gaming license, why people are so angry, why the D&D community is coming together despite all their myriad differences, and uniting in anger, rage, and demanding answers from Hasbro, which at this time, let me just make this clear, Hasbro is the parent company.
Yep.
Wizards of the Coast, who I guess TSR is wrapped up into them now. Like, it's all in the same thing. Like, Dungeons & Dragons is now owned directly by Hasbro, right?
TSR, who originally published Dungeons & Dragons,
Yep.
They went under. The CEO was somebody else whose last name was Williams, not related as far as I know. Wizards of the Coast bought them. Wizards of the Coast sold to Hasbro.
The OTC. Yeah. Okay.
So it's all now owned by Hasbro. TSR doesn't exist and hasn't in forever. Wizards of the Coast does, but it is a company that is solely the property of Hasbro. So.
Okay. So whatever they say or do, they have to clear it with their big bosses. Similar to like Avalon Hill.
Yes.
Even if they may be given a little bit of, we don't know all the details, but what I gather, it's kind of like they're given like their own little sphere to work within, but yeah, they have to follow the company guidelines. They have to justify big things that they do. And so I didn't realize that TSR, it stands for Tactical Studies Rules, apparently. And that was founded in October 1973 by Gary Gygax. Now, you can't trust everything, and Don K. You can't trust everything you read on Wikipedia. Some of the stuff that we talk about may be complete BS, and there may be an industry outsider that can tell us. The problem is sometimes like we'll say stuff and it's like wrong, but they can't correct us for whatever reason. So hopefully we get as much right as we can on this stream. But yeah. So iKarith, I'm gonna give it to you. I'm gonna let you talk about what you think would be a good way to introduce this. So there's controversy over this OGL, and we're gonna be talking about the actual document. So
We will.
You tell me, and I'll go ahead and pull it up. Now, I just want to say, we're not going to do a... I know that I have famously done some live readings. I've actually read out the entire rulebook for all the different localizations of HeroQuest on my stream before. We're not going to do that with this 9,000 word document. We are going to do some highlights, some summary, some commentary. There's a lot of articles summarizing
it, but we're not gonna read it. We'll give you links. Yeah. You can read it.
Yes, please do.
You should read it.
Yes.
At least you should read the. There are 3 licenses involved. You should read the good one at least, because it's the one that it's the only one that matters right now. Probably the license isn't the best place to start with this. The place to start was a couple of years ago. Okay. Some bank or other did some research, and they put out a thing, a report entitled "Free the Wizards," and it was about how Hasbro should sell Wizards of the Coast, spin it off into its own separate top-level company. And the reason why is because what Hasbro is worth, Wizards of the Coast was worth on its own. That means, you think, well, that means that Hasbro doesn't really have any value. All of the value's in Wizards of the Coast. But that's not the case. It's, if they had spun off Wizards of the Coast into its own company right then, Wizards of the Coast would be worth that much. Hasbro would be worth a little bit less, probably. And basically, all these people who had investments in what would become 2 companies instead of 1 would damn near double their money. So previously to this thing coming out, on investor calls, there were questions. How's the Transformers franchise doing? How's G.I. Joe doing? What are we doing with, Mr. Potato Head? I don't know. Nobody was asking about Magic the Gathering. Nobody was really asking about Dungeons and Dragons. But then you find out, oh my god, this Wizards of the Coast stuff is where the real money is in this company. It's worth enough. I mean, there's so much there. And it's really just a few percent, because Hasbro has its money in. They've got their hands in every pie. It's till all are one, right? They could spin it off. They haven't done that, but that means that now investors are asking, how are you making me money with Dungeons and Dragons? There's a little problem with Dungeons and Dragons making money. All this came out in the middle of the pandemic, when people were playing a lot of D&D because not like they were doing much of anything else, right?
Yeah, a lot of game playing.
Yeah. So D&D is down suddenly in 2022. D&D is kind of tapering off again as people go back to job, life, other interests. And that's just how that happens.
It was a golden opportunity.
It was, but it's also now, it's now suddenly all these investors who are like, this is my cash cow. Why is it losing money? You need to make it make money. So that's the realistic, somebody's in a bind. And Cynthia Williams, the head of Wizards of the Coast.
Sorry, I'll let you go.
She does not understand Dungeons and Dragons. She doesn't play. She knows nothing about this game, really. So, if there are things about this game that she needs to understand, she probably doesn't understand them unless somebody explains it to her and that she's willing to listen to them. So that's the setting for all of this. She comes from Microsoft. Chris Cox, the CEO of Hasbro, come from Microsoft. And what they know are digital platforms, Microsoft licenses, collecting data, selling data, microtransactions, video games, not what D&D has traditionally been. So,
can I just jump in and say one thing here?
Sure.
Yeah. I feel like some of the opinions I've been hearing from people, like, I'm an old school gamer, and I mean, I didn't necessarily play all the same things everybody else did, but
sure,
when I grew up in the 80s, it was like Nintendo was both the company everybody loved and the company everybody hated, because on the one hand, they had all these great games. On the other hand, they were like strong-arming people and like suing people, and controlling things and like threatening people and just nickel and diming kids. And so this is nothing new as far as like behavior for a company.
Nope.
And I don't think it's gotten any better. And so
nope,
we're not saying, oh, it's wrong to make money, it's wrong to make a profit, it's wrong to protect your stuff. We're also not saying, you know, a company can't, take advantage. But I think there's definitely a sense here that this is never like, I mean, it may be legal, but is it moral? Is it ethical? A lot of people would say no. And there's a lot that goes with it.
That's the issue. This new license that has come out is unethical given the previous license, and how they're trying to do it is unethical. And
and I don't mean in some legal sense either, because I think
this hasn't actually. I said come out. It hasn't come out. It was leaked.
So somebody out there is putting themselves on the line.
Because
they could just, because nobody has come out and said, oh, this is fake. Someone just made this up. They haven't.
No, in fact, everybody has come out and said, except for anybody related to Hasbro or Wizards of the Coast, other people have come forward and said, yes, this is real. So this was sent to people. It was a draft. It wasn't final. It has mistakes. It's full of comments to try and explain it. First of all, I got to tell you, I'm not a software open source license. I'm the person who was responsible for that. I asked. Literally, I asked, and they did it.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that. And for those who don't know, open source means you can take the code and you can change it into something else.
Generally speaking, it means I wrote this program. I'm going to give you the source code. You can take it, use it. You can change it if you want to. And it doesn't necessarily mean, but a lot of open source licenses say, if you publish the version that you have changed, you have to give away the source code the same way. That isn't required. Some people prefer that because, activism. It isn't required.
Oh yeah, there is the source code, the open source code and coders. Like, that's a world I'm not part of. I almost was part of it because at one time I did want to be a game designer and I was like studying the stuff. But yeah, so I'm not really part of that world. So, but I have gotten a little taste of it. I mean, people are very protective of their stuff. It's like, hey, you did this code fork and you screwed up my thing. And it's like, no, it's oh, you didn't include the correct. Comments people are just like
internet dramas galore.
Lots of drama. Yeah, people like projects that I really, really like I hear these guys fighting online. It's like, wow, I didn't want to see that. You guys look like they make themselves look like really, really petty. But I mean, sometimes you get. I can respect the fact that sometimes artistic types can be a little awkward sometimes,
or possessive.
Yeah, I mean sometimes it's like.
The term asshole is often appropriate.
Yes, that does come up. And it's like, okay, I get that you want to protect what's yours, and you put a lot into it. Those emotions run high. It's like, this is my child that you're talking about. Like, how dare you?
Yeah.
So,
hey guys, you got to know, Kurgan told me that I'm allowed to say somebody's a fucking idiot on the stream.
Yes, because you can't.
I'm not going to say that, but I'm also not going to not say it. There we go.
Right. Because as Penn and Teller, to paraphrase them, you can't be sued for calling someone an asshole. It just
yeah.
It's an opinion.
Yep.
It's free speech. So Yeah, but
probably should keep us from getting too far off track because I know
Yeah.
you want to get through all of this within hopefully the first hour.
Well, and I'm just starting to wake up a little bit. I had kind of a rough night, so
I understand.
put us back on track. And I'm going to try to monitor the chat here, so if we do have anybody chiming in. I think so far we've just got a couple visitors right now. Got Elysian, Drapsnat, and Ashley. And I'm trying to look at the bot list as well to catch any bots that we might get.
So, the short version of the history of this. TSR created D&D. Gary Gygax and Dave Arneson. At some point, that was the original Dungeons and Dragons, which didn't have a separate class and race.
So it wasn't the very first role-playing game, was it? But it was like the first.
It was
popular.
the first formalized game of its kind. Came out of.
That's right, because before that you had war games and stuff, but this was the fantasy.
So this was D&D was the first time somebody tried to take those, instead of having armies, it's a single person, and maybe we talk about things that aren't fighting in the fighting. There were things other than combat. Exploration
and storytelling. Although I also hear that combat and looting were kind of like the big deal.
At first it was the big deal. So Gary Gygax and Dave Arneson created this game together. At some point, Advanced Dungeons and Dragons was created by Gary Gygax, effectively to screw Dave Arneson out of royalties. That's why it was done. Later on, bring in other businessy people to run the business side of TSR. The head of TSR did the same to Gary Gygax, screwed him over, kicked him out of his own thing. It's kind of funny. When you read the first edition Dungeons and Dragons books, the preface to this book is like, you should be looking for official licensed D&D, all the things. D&D the lunchbox, D&D the flamethrower. The kids love this one. Yeah.
Mandatory joke there for Spaceballs, yeah.
Yeah. So TSR, after Gary Gygax was out of the picture, sued lots of people who were making stuff for D&D. Including Gary Gygax, by the way. And he wasn't making stuff for D&D. He created his own, dangers and dungeons, or something like that, or dragons, or it was something that had the that would have
monsters. That was the movie with Tom Hanks. Sorry,
well,
getting off track.
Gary Gygax thing would have the abbreviation D&D, and it would be different than Dungeons and Dragons. So of course, TSR went after him and said you can't call it that. He changed the name to Dangerous Journeys. They still sued him. Said you can't create your Gary Gygax, you can't create another role-playing game. Eventually, they settled. TSR didn't win. Eventually, what happened was they bought him out. So now they owned Dangerous Journeys and they killed it. The thing is, they also sued everybody else. This is ours. So, very Nintendo-like. And the Williams who ran that company ran it into the ground. Because of all these lawsuits, people were not having it. So, when Wizards of the Coast bought D&D, they were genuine gamers, genuine fans. I mean, yes, by this point they were already big with Magic and, the collectible card game money printing machine that is Magic the Gathering. But they were still, we get D&D, we know how D&D was just about killed.
Hey,
we're not having that.
Let me just pause for just 1 second.
Sure.
I did want to shout out Comrade Polsky. Welcome. Welcome to the RantCastPodcast. I'm sorry StrangeBus isn't here tonight, unless he happens to stop by. We got our special guest, iKarith. We're talking D&D OGL WTF. And thank you for taking out and banning that person She was not on my list, and I was like, was she a bot? I feel like Austin Powers, like she was a fembot the whole time. And yes, we knew that the whole time. So yeah, well, I guess I'm single again.
So,
back to the story. Yes.
Yes. So when Wizards of the Coast got this D&D property, the first thing they needed to do was reassure the fans the lawsuits are over. They took the rules. They're kind of disorganized in the format that they took them, but they took the rules for this 3rd edition D&D that they were doing, and they put them on the internet as open source. Just like programs can be open source, you can make a document open source. And it was fundamentally the rules to D&D. And the idea for the license of it was, you can use this, and if you're using this stuff, you don't have access to, you can't use mind flayers, you can't use beholders or displacer beasts, you can't call your thing Dungeons and Dragons. But if you want to make your own game, go for it. If you want to modify your game, go for it. If you want to, whatever you want to do, here it is. And I mean, we'll go through the exact license terms. It's short. It's like 9,000 words. It's a page and a half. It is really simple, especially since a lot of it is, like I'm looking here at a screen of nothing but definition of words. We don't need that. We know what those words mean.
Yeah. So now that we're getting into the actual open gaming license, so this has gone way beyond now people that only heard about this because it was in Stranger Things, or somebody like me who remembers, Dragonlance commercials in your video game magazine in the 90s.
Yep.
So should I be throwing up on screen these OGLs? I know I've got the 1.0A. I've got an actual link.
Go ahead and throw that one up there.
The 1.1 is
that point.
The leaked one. So I'll need to
1.1 was leaked. By the way,
where to find it?
The SEO on that, search engine optimization, OGL 1.1 is poison, and even the people at Wizards of the Coast at the top have figured that out. They're calling the thing they intend to release 2.0 now. So, whether or not it's any different than what we saw in any reasonable way, I thought that it would be based on the backlash, and then I later, today basically, I concluded that it probably wasn't different, and then they canceled their statement for today, so I think maybe we have scared the crap out of them. Good.
Yeah, I just want to venture my opinion here. Well, that's the whole license. Wow, that is short, the old one.
Yes.
There's a give and take. Like, I'm a strong believer in, you're an artist, you want to make a movie that nobody wants to watch, you want to make a game that no one wants to play, it's your vision, it's your story, you just put it out there and it fails, and you are the artist and you do what you damn well please. But at a certain point, you've got a company that's so big and has so many customers, so many paying customers who've been loyal to you for so long.
Yep.
There's got to be some give and take. There's got to be some obligation, some compromise between the two. It's because, a company can make crappy decisions and they're going to lose money. They're going to lose loyalty.
Yes.
They're going to cause bad press, bad faith. So if they screw up, I think this is perfectly good that they face those consequences. So.
But a good portion of the community in D&D, which, as I said, there was so much difference in D&D that nobody would have expected you could get people together, and they're all together in opposition.
Yeah. And can I head off one thing? Because I haven't seen this happen yet, but we haven't gotten anybody complaining yet and saying, oh, these rabid fans, these toxic fans, they're sending us death threats, they're being...
I haven't heard of anybody, anybody being
harassing.
Like a bad fan. I'm sure there are people being bad fans. I'm sure that people would say that, folks like our friend Chadzar can be bad fans. I'm not saying is, I'm saying there are people who are saying he can be.
Yeah.
And
I'm
he comes on a little strong sometimes.
Yeah, and I'll say about Shadzar, I have nothing bad to say about the guy because I can't think of
the closest I have
done.
to anything bad I just said. So
yeah, but I know that he would get into fights with people, and there are people that couldn't stand his opinion, and I've listened to some of the people he's debated with, and some of those people I can't stand. So I can understand like that can happen. But I just want to say right now, and I think any reasonable person would agree, is that if you do have crazy people out there that are trying to throw bricks through windows or something crazy like that,
that's not cool. That's not cool.
We don't support that. Obviously, I think criticizing you can criticize. Oh yeah, let me just say this one thing, and I'll let you get back to it. And I've said this a million times on the Rantcast. I think StrangeBus, we've all said it. It's perfectly possible to disagree with a multi-billion-dollar company and not like a product and not like a piece of art and not want to buy something for whatever reason. And you can be a perfectly normal person. It doesn't make you a racist, a sexist. It doesn't make you a terrorist. Nothing else matters. Like maybe you just don't like it.
And you can be all of those things and still buy things anyway.
Yeah. I want to say like for the HeroQuest
the two have very little to do with each other.
For the HeroQuest community, I found an actual white supremacist forum. I'm not a member. And they were talking, I know, it's just like, this is so weird. And it's like they were talking about HeroQuest and like what they liked about the game. And it was like,
white supremacist talk?
Yeah. Ew. So it's like, you have all kinds of people out there and those people are still your customers. So like it or not. But I'm just saying like, if anybody tries, I'm just going to say it right now, if anybody tries to like blame it on like a certain political strain or ethnic thing, it's not going to work because like you say, this is far beyond. Like almost everybody has a problem with this. I mean, maybe some people in the industry will say, well, actually, I mean, it makes a certain amount of sense. It's back like Nintendo. Like
if you're in the industry,
it makes sense.
You possibly are saying, I don't see what the big deal is.
Yeah,
there's a possibility.
I've talked enough. Yeah, go for it.
There's a possibility. But I wanted to go through and just say, what they did was this license. And this was basically a promise to the community because before this license existed, there were a lot of people who were making stuff for D&D without a license. You don't need one. You need a license if you're going to start like incorporating their writing, but game mechanics are not subject to copyright. They're just not.
Can I just?
Sure.
Let me just ask a question. Again, I'm not just playing the ignorant guy. I actually am the ignorant guy. So my world is HeroQuest. So with HeroQuest, you've got the basic rules that the game is in rules as written. You've got all these homebrew rules that we just make up.
Yep.
But you've also got people that have made new games inspired by the original thing. Like I think one of them is called Broadsword. There may be some others. I guess Sunday Quest and things like that. But yeah, it's like there's people that have created content for HeroQuest and either made their own game, which they're now selling, or their own quests, which they're own selling. So it does happen in our community too. And as far as I understand, Avalon Hill is kind of like, as long as you make it clear that it's not official and it's not like so big that it's a rival, they kind of look the other way or they kind of just let it go. But with D&D, this is much bigger. Like this has been going on for a while. People have been making their own I don't want to misuse the term, derivative works.
Yes.
Say more about that and go ahead, fill in that ignorant person.
So
like me.
if you are taking stuff like if you want to make stuff for HeroQuest using the HeroQuest board, originally there wasn't any license at all, and you could argue anything using that was not done under license. I'm talking like 1989, 1990. There wasn't a license in there.
Right.
But
you can photocopy this page.
You can photocopy this page. Well, because there were some permissions there, nothing saying you could post pictures of it on the internet. But because of that, you could end up with a situation where if it ever ended up in court, the question would be asked, is this legal? And the answer would be, does the judge agree that it's legal? And there isn't a license. In fact, the closest there would be is the standard copyright license of all rights reserved, which means you can't do squat without permission. But that page also says you can copy it, you can make your own maps, you can make your own adventures with it, you can expand this, have fun.
Yeah, they used to say for private non-commercial use, but I don't think they even said that. They just said...
They didn't. Not in the original.
Make an extra copy to make your own quest.
They said photocopy this to make your own.
And I mean, you could say implied in there they weren't... thanks.
And that's it. The implication is there.
Now you can sell to all your friends and now cut into our profits, and we're going to see.
Kind of part of the implication there is that you can do it. Nowhere does it say you can sell it. And right. I think he has said this much in channel. If he said it to me privately in a message, I might be breaching of confidence to some extent, but I think he'll be okay with it. In Carmine said, if you are not selling the thing you made using, HeroQuest IP, and specifically we're talking about that last page in the book.
Yes.
If you aren't selling it, most of the problems that anybody at the company could have go away. There could be some if you're using like trade, but most problems they can ignore it because it's not something that's being sold.
Yeah, and can I just drop in too? So Chris Nato, cool guy. He's been really open with us, and I don't want to portray him as the enemy because he works for Hasbro.
And
but
guys,
at the same time,
please don't bug him about this.
Yeah.
He's the one guy who interfaces with the. I said to Kurgan earlier, I am not going to insult in Carmine by asking. I'm not going to insult Chris by asking him to weigh in on this.
Yeah.
It's possible he doesn't know what the big deal is. It's possible he hasn't had time to read this thing. It's long. It's possible that if he did read it, he'd be looking at this saying, yeah, most of this looks like standard industry stuff. And it's possible he's, sitting behind his computer screaming, why won't you people realize this is a big deal? Talking to, to people at Hasbro.
Yeah.
Why won't you realize this is a big deal? You need to not do that. I don't know where he stands on this, and I'm not going to insult him by asking.
And
Please don't.
I did ask him in private, and I'm not going to really go into it, and not like he could tell me much anyway. Anybody out there who's worked for a big company before, that you can't just like grab a microphone and just start talking bad about the company you work for. You're not gonna have your job long if you do that. I mean, that's just standard. So even if he or someone else like strongly thought this was like the worst thing ever,
he can't say he does.
He can't say it. So,
but again, he also has spent his career working in industry where licenses like the bad one are fairly common. Not quite as bad because there's usually some give and take between companies that
So this is
between companies that all have products together.
This is a glimpse behind the curtain for a lot of us, I think.
Yeah.
So it's not something that can be brushed off, and someone like him or anybody at Hasbro can surely understand why the fans would be reacting the way they do. And I think the smartest thing would be to try to address those criticisms rather than just hide or just, not that they would, but dismiss all our criticisms like, oh, we don't understand. It's like, well, help us understand. Like, teach us why, sell it to us. Why is this a good idea? Or
they try to do that.
Up, can you make some concessions? Can you meet us halfway?
They try to explain why they're doing what they're doing, and it. I'll tell you, if you're reading the license, the bad one, you kind of need to ignore that because it's spin.
Yeah. So should we start getting into the bad one?
Sure.
Now?
Well, I was going to read the good one real quickly, and not really read it. What I was saying about it is that this was a promise that the days of suing people for making D&D better were behind them. So that's where this was. The good license, the 1.0A, begins with a screen full of definitions. We're gamers. We don't need to do that.
Well, because D&D is so much bigger than HeroQuest, so much more complicated. So
yeah,
I can understand why something like this would be needed maybe for this versus our own community. I only mention HeroQuest because as someone who streams HeroQuest, I'm kind of like, okay, is this going to filter into other areas because Hasbro owns it all?
I said before, you can't actually copyright game mechanics. So the exact values of, the monsters, this many body points, this many mind points, this much movement, that is arbitrary stuff. And arbitrary stuff you can copyright. But the rules, the actual rules that you have body points, that you have mind points, every game of its sort is going to have something equivalent to that. You could describe the rules to HeroQuest on 2 pages, 1 page front and back.
Yep.
And if you did that, and you built a game yourself using that, and you came up with your own monsters, you came up with your own characters, came up with your own board and your own quests, congratulations, you have a new game, it's all yours. You have Mice and Mystics. Mice and Mystics is HeroQuest with mice.
It says you have to include a copy of this license with every copy of the open game content. Oh, no. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
I was going to say there's a link
this is standard. So in terms of the license, we get back to that. First thing is the definitions. The second thing is, if you're using this license, this is, the agreement, you have to include it. That's standard. It applies to the things that are covered. Duh. And it says that you basically have to include a notice, not just the license, it's just not something you stick in an appendix. You have to actually include somewhere, by the way, this is covered. And all you have to do, the next thing, offer and acceptance, all you have to do to use this license is use this license. By using it, you're agreeing that you don't have to sign anything.
So if I create Kurgans and Dragons, I have to put a copy of this document in the box.
Yes, in the rule book, you will have this document, and you will actually say, this is under this term, under these terms. And the reason why you would do it that way is because if you were creating Kurgans and Dragons, and you might not be able to call it that because that's too close to the actual trademark.
Yeah.
Copyright and trademark are very different.
PM and C.
Copyrights, they don't have to actually enforce. Trademarks, they do. So they can kind of say, you're all right. But if you're doing something commercial with something that sounds like something they own, they have to come after you.
This is why Sunday Quest couldn't be called HeroQuest Adventures.
Right,
they had to change
because it was a commercial thing and it used the name HeroQuest.
Yeah.
So it had to be renamed because they have to. And I mean, these demand letters from lawyers all sound kind of nasty.
Yeah.
Presumably, there was a letter from somebody. I don't know what happened with that exactly. I know the result. But possibly somebody from the company got in touch and said, you have to rename this rather than having the lawyer do it. Because if the lawyer sends the letter, it's always nasty. It always looks nasty because it's very precise. We demand that it's called a demand letter because you are making a demand.
Yeah.
So
implying that you're going to take further steps against them if they don't comply.
Right. This is important. Grant and consideration. A license is a contract, and contracts have to give something to you and something to me. If it doesn't have that, it's not a valid contract, and the court will probably throw it out. We both get something. So, there is a grant, we are giving you this. Consideration, we are getting something from it. And you're asking, possibly, what the hell was Wizards of the Coast getting in exchange for giving away the core rules of D&D? I will actually read this one because it's 2 lines. In consideration for agreeing to use this license, the contributors grant you, so Wizards of the Coast grant you a perpetual, worldwide, royalty-free, non-exclusive license with the exact terms of this license to use the open game content. You're asking, what are they getting from it? Before this happened, my friendly local game store had a wall of role-playing game books. A small section of them were D&D.
Yeah. For some
the
people,
rest,
D&D is synonymous with role-playing. Like,
yeah,
it's almost a household term now.
But it wasn't. It wasn't even close. There were 50, 60 different role-playing systems. D&D was by far the largest, but there was a game. I picked up the book, and you flip over the back of the book and read a little blurb on it, or it was maybe inside the front cover or something. I don't remember. And it said, "Please read the following sentence."
Okay.
And after that sentence, which I'm not going to try and recall verbatim, if the previous sentence did not offend you, you should consider buying this book. The game was called Hole, Human Occupied Landfill.
Huh. Can't say I've heard of that one.
I think the sentence was something on the order of, the quick fox jumped over the lazy dog, what a fucking asshole. Or something like that. It was that, it was that irreverent, that
role players against
foul
humanity.
language. Yeah, pretty much.
Well, yeah, because you got your family-friendly games and you got your edgier games.
Yeah, and this existed to be an edgy game, and it had nothing to do with D&D. And it was just one book on floor-to-ceiling, 6-foot wide section of books.
I know some companies, so I'm going to compare this again to something in my experience since I'm not part of this whole scene. Back in the late 90s, early 2000s, I was in, the game modding scene, the video game mod scene. And it's I can understand you've got a game engine already, so I like to play Dark Forces 2 Jedi Knight.
Yep.
A lot of people played Quake 2, games like that, Unreal
Some
Tournament.
of us actually wrote code for Quake.
Yeah. So it's much easier to take an existing engine, whether you've paid a license for it or not, and build on it, than to make a brand new product from scratch.
Yes.
You already have that built-in familiarity. Well, at least the bones or the skeleton or the outline of this is familiar, and people can get into it more easily. So yeah, you're
what
making a
this
mod
did,
for Street Fighter 2.
by giving people the core rules, what they did was they ensured that, first of all, other people could free and clear make mods and say, this is for D&D. They could make Exandria Unleashed or whatever the Critical Role books were for.
Oh yeah. Can I interject?
Describing.
I want to interject one other thing. So, at the same time, if I'm the company, I know LucasArts was their thing back then. Was if you made a mod that they considered obscene, they could. They never did, but they could basically insist that you take it down because they were afraid that their image as a family-friendly gaming company would be tarnished. But at the same time, it's okay, you create a mod that's really popular, that's going to actually promote your game because in theory, at least, people are going to have to buy copies of the game to play the mod. And I know that started to get big when you got into Team Fortress 2 and Counter-Strike. People were going to make mods for Half-Life and stuff and actually sell the mod or get a cut or work for the company so that reminds me of that.
Valve just bought Team Fortress, which was a Quake mod, and said, we want to buy your mod, we want to hire you guys, we want you to make this for us.
Which seems like the right way to do it, right?
It was.
Rather than say,
but
you can make a mod, but now we own it.
Specifically in the case of D&D, before this license existed, there was a book that some people at TSR, particularly the CEO, and probably others, the Book of Erotic Fantasy.
Like, this also sounds familiar. Don't
Yes,
ask me how I know about
it. I've read it. I read it just because it's like, I gotta see this shit. It exists. It was a thing.
That happened.
I looked through it. There were all kinds of tables and charts for absolutely anything you could possibly want to do with romance and dating and sex. It was all there. If you want your game to be about that, I guess that was some idea for how you could do it.
Lots of snickersy.
Reasonably, it was a little on the immature side.
Yeah, but
I expected far, far worse.
somebody wanted this. Somebody out there.
Sure.
And everybody else was just like, I got
somebody wanted it, so they made it, and there was no license. And TSR took them to court. I think they lost. I don't remember.
Interesting. Well, and that's what I was saying before. It's like if you make a mod for my product, and I think it casts me in a bad light, or it attracts the wrong kind of attention.
Yeah,
I'm going to be upset about that. But then what can I do legally about it? You know.
According to this license, the one that was released 23 years ago, not much. And that was part of why this existed, was because it was the thing, the age of lawsuits over D&D, making the stuff you want to make are over. If you want to be offensive, if you want to be racist or sexist, well, that makes you an asshole. And of course, we already talked about that. I can call you an asshole.
Yep.
But if you want to make it, you can make it. And please, if you're going to make that, print your names in large print in the credits so we know who you are.
So we know who to avoid.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. It's like with free speech. If you have the freedom to say things that are not popular and offensive.
Yeah.
Now, I know people will try to push that and try to say, well, it's not just offensive, it's dangerous, or it's they'll say it crosses over into some other, it's obscene.
And this is the thing, you get a site that is promoting free speech, and I'm sorry we're getting into politics.
Sorry, yeah, I don't mean to do that, but sometimes the elephant in the room.
You create a site that says, we support free speech here. The first thing that happens is the people who are generally banned everywhere, the white supremacists and whatnot, show up.
Yeah.
And of course, the person who supports free speech immediately says, you know what? I said free speech and we all agree this is horrible, but you gotta allow it.
Yeah.
Because if you don't allow this, then, you don't really support free speech, do you?
Yeah. Think about it like this. So we know that depending on where you live, of course, certain political streams are more popular or more dominant or more public. But imagine if you say the opposite of that. Let's say the opposite people were in charge and they enforce the same standards. Would you be happy about it, or would you be like, oh, wait a minute, this is going too far? So if you think of it that way,
I remember when the ACLU defended neo-Nazis, genuine neo-Nazis. I remember that.
I do too, yeah. And it's at the time, it's yeah, but you're defending people that everybody hates, right?
But that's the thing. When people say they support free speech, they always say the stuff that everybody agrees is wrong. We have to allow that.
Popular speech doesn't need to be protected.
The stuff that you would say that I don't like and that some people do, well, that I'm going to ban. They all do it. Every place I've seen that says we support free speech will only support the free speech that they like and the free speech that nobody likes. The stuff that they don't like but other people do, they always find some excuse to say, well, that's a step too far.
Oh yeah, this gets into a bigger can of worms. But
It
I'm thinking
does.
like when I started HeroQuest fans, and again thanks to Shadzar, because without him I wouldn't have done it. Like it was really his idea. I was like, Discord, I don't know about that. He's like, no, it can be done. You know, he was showing me all this stuff. And
but Shadzar is known to have lots of very vocal opinions on wokeness.
And I think one of the reasons why he wanted us to do Discord is because he was getting into some spats with some people in Ye Olde Inn, a community that I love. But they specifically put their foot down and were like, these topics, off limits for the forums. Period.
Yeah.
And
they ended up kind of off limits more or less for the Discord too, but
well, here's the thing. So they did it that way because there had been like, and I went back and I read these, and these are like, I'm reading people that I respect like ripping into each other, and I was like, dang.
It got ugly.
It was cringy. It was ugly. It's like, dude, can we just get back to the game? I'd much rather talk about that, like how much I love Chaos Warriors and stuff. And I mean, these are important topics, a lot of them. But it was
it's things like that are why I left general social media.
It's a distraction, and that whole divisiveness. It's like, oh, who did you vote for? Or oh, who did you donate to?
I don't care who you voted for.
That's
I
important.
genuinely don't.
That's
you
important.
tell me in the last election or the previous election or probably the one before that you had trouble voting for this candidate or you couldn't vote for this candidate. I'm like, yeah, they sucked.
Yeah. Well,
and I don't care which candidate you're talking about. They sucked.
It's like a lot of topics. These are important topics. We're not saying they don't matter. It's just that when I go to like a game community like Ye Olde Inn or HeroQuest fans or whatever, I'm
playing
going there
to get away from all that.
Yeah, I'm going there to enjoy the games. I'll go to a political forum if I want to get into a debate. So I feel like for me, like I try to be as open as I can. But I put restrictions on free speech in my Discord. I said, if you're going to talk about, like, I wanted to meet him halfway. I don't want to be like, listen, Shadzar, you can bring that stuff here. We can talk about it. We can talk about the drama and everything. So I did that rumor mill HeroQuest in the news. And I'm thinking, like, this would be the perfect place to talk about it. But he really wanted to focus on the D&D stuff. And I'm like, we're not D&D. We're HeroQuest, you know? But now here we are talking about it. So...
Yes.
Some ways,
that's because this stuff is, now indicating what Hasbro wants to do and what Wizards of the Coast want to do. It might affect us. It might not.
Yeah.
But I mean, the way a lot of people are looking at this, Wizards of the Coast absolutely obliterated Magic the Gathering's value recently.
Yes, and I do want to interject one more thing, not to be that guy who's always interrupting. Because I've had a lot of caffeine now, but
too late.
Shout out to caffeine producers everywhere. So, what was that? Who is that famous, that worn out phrase about? Well, first they came for these people, but I wasn't a member of there, and then they came for the other people, but then at the end they came for me.
I can't think of the name.
It's been overused, but
it was like German, and it was about World War II.
Of course, and that's an overused analogy, so I don't want to go there. But I do want to say, like, I don't want to be selfish. Even though I'm not a D&D fan, I don't want to go, oh yeah, go ahead, your franchise is burning, it's in flames. Oh well. Oh, it's affecting me in HeroQuest? Oh, now I'm concerned. So I want to be concerned by proxy for all these people that are now... Like, when they brought HeroQuest back, I had a lot of those fears. The people like Shadzar and a lot of people, frankly, were talking about, like, okay, the whole argument about the woke politics, that's one thing, or...
Yes, I was concerned about that too.
If it's not broke, don't fix it, because when I was looking at...
There were people who, as you said, people that you have a lot of respect for, so do I, were just ripping into each other over this issue, and I mean...
I care about politics, I care about religion, I care about philosophy, I care about all that stuff, but when we're talking about games, like, I can just put all that aside and ignore it. Like, I don't care.
I seriously thought I was going to get banned over that, honestly.
Yeah, well, and I was worried too, so I was like, okay, please, everybody, can't we all just get along? Because it's like, is it worth... Because, I've been in my share of flame wars online, and I used to be the guy who was always like, I gotta win, I gotta be right, I gotta win the debate. But I mean, people stump me sometimes. It's like, oh shoot, I didn't think of that. I did not articulate that very well at all. And actually, I'm the asshole. So, like, I've been there too. And so, I try to be a little more forgiving, extend a little bit more, grace to people. But yeah, that I definitely want to, just like with the hero. I
kind of need to point out we're an hour in, and
yes, I'm getting off track.
We got off track a lot.
Yeah,
we're still in grant and consideration. I haven't explained what the consideration is.
Yeah. Okay, so
there's this wall of books that were not D&D, most of them.
Okay, back to iKarith.
And now they are mostly D&D things. I mean, there aren't very many books because most of it's published online, but most of the stuff is D&D. That is what Wizards of the Coast got in exchange for giving away the rules to D&D, is all of these things, most of which are for D&D. They're not instead of D&D, they are for D&D. There's a few instead ofs, but most of them are for D&D. And even when people talk about Pathfinder or some of the OSR stuff, they're still talking about D&D. That's what they got. So they can't, you can't say, well, they didn't get anything, and they can't say, we didn't get anything from this. They did. The entire role-playing genre is synonymous with D&D because of this.
Yeah.
So, you got to update you've got to update the copyright notice to include things. That's normal. You have to represent that when you say I'm going to use this license and I'm going to do, you have to basically have the right to do it. You can't just say you do and not. Product identity.
Flagging and
you can't use D&D. You can say it's for, I mean, that was the thing, they had the D20 system. You can't say this Critical Role world and setting are, I mean, you can because they eventually publish it as D&D, but...
Oh, like D&D compatible or D&D unofficial?
To make it, because you can't use that name because trademarks they have to defend. Mm-hmm. But they came up with this thing where they licensed it to say, this D20 system trademark, that one you specifically can use to indicate your product is compatible with ours without brand confusion. Because you see D20 system, you know that means D&D, but you're not saying D&D, so there's no question that the Book of Erotic Fantasy is absolutely not made, supported, endorsed.
Ancient Greeks at least, but
yeah,
we all know what you mean when you say it now.
When you are using this license, you have to actually say this is part, because this license was written for one file, the SRD document. You got to say which parts are the SRD and which ones aren't, because if you change the rules in your game, so Pathfinder Pathfinder First Edition was often called 3.75 edition. The rules for Pathfinder have to be free, and they are. Because they have to be. Now, it turns out the people behind Pathfinder are basically mostly... the people who started working on Pathfinder were people who used to be at Wizards of the Coast and supported this and didn't like the direction that Wizards of the Coast was going with 4th edition. They kind of went off and did, their own thing with blackjack and hookers.
I'm glad you're talking about this because just a few years ago, if you asked me what Pathfinder was, I would have been like, one of the Last of the Mohican novels? I don't know.
Pathfinder is a game that is very similar to Dungeons and Dragons. It has a 2nd edition. When 4th edition D&D came out, Pathfinder, a lot of the people who didn't want to go to 4th edition for a lot of reasons, including the license that it was under, they bought books from Paizo, they bought these Pathfinder books, and they started playing something similar to and improved from the D&D that they loved. rather than the D&D that was kind of something new and different and had a bad license. 4th edition was never released under a license like this one we're looking at here. Never was. Its license was horrible and awful. But 5th edition is under a license. It's under this license. And the reason why is because Hasbro eventually realized, or Wizards of the Coast, I don't know if Hasbro was allowed to control, because part of the selling Wizards of the Coast to Hasbro, for 15 years, Hasbro had to be hands-off. Let Wizards do Wizard stuff. Hasbro can do Hasbro stuff. You can own us, but you can't tell us what to do for 15 years.
Interesting. I did not know that. And
that time is over.
When so are we still in the era of this open game license 1.0?
This license, as of today, this license is still the law of the land for D&D.
Okay.
And the latest news coming out of other things today is that Paizo has said, we've talked to our lawyers.
Oh, tell me again what Paizo is.
Paizo owns Pathfinder.
Okay, so this is another game company.
Yes. They are the company that exists to sell. I mean, originally they were selling, stuff for D&D, but then they're eventually it ended up being we are forking, which is a term that exists in open source. We are taking this thing, it's like a fork in the road. We are branching off from your thing to do our own thing, and people might choose our thing over your thing, which in the open source world causes drama. But
right. Here we are. Yeah, it's right there on the internet. Pathfinder.
Sometimes the forks are friendly, so we share things back and forth. Sometimes they're unfriendly. I don't know how unfriendly the fork was. I mean, it was pretty much, we're going to do our own thing. But I gotta say,
page is down. It says bad gateway.
Yes. That page is down, which is why I'm talking about what they said, because the page is down. I posted a link, but that server is crashed.
Paizo.com/Pathfinder. Do you think that had something to do with this current
today's
situation?
announcement? Yes.
Wow.
Yes, because it was fine until people heard the announcement is coming in 5 minutes, and the page started getting slow.
Crashed.
The announcement is coming in 2 minutes, 1 minute. By the way, my /dot user ID, which I no longer have access to the email that would let me log into it, my /dot user ID is 593. Nobody cares about that. I don't even know if /dot still exists. I imagine it does.
I just wanted to.
I first started using Linux in 1997.
The answer is yes.
Kind of. I've been accused of worse.
Yeah. If you have a beard, is it on your neck or is it more on your neck? Sorry, I'll shut up. I have no room to talk. I say if you got it, flaunt it. If you're part of that, you just don't.
What they've said, what caused their server to crash is that Paizo announced. First of all, we got the guy who wrote this Open Game License 1.0A. He says he never intended this thing to be revocable ever. And I just read that. It is off my screen now. It is perpetual forever. Worldwide, everywhere. Royalty free. You pay us no money. Non-exclusive. We can give this license to everybody, and are.
I'm just going to use the Wayback Machine here just to show you what the Pathfinder page looks like as you continue with your story there.
So, they released a statement that, as far as they are concerned, Pathfinder's 2nd edition, which was less popular, does not anymore contain anything that belongs to Hasbro. They put this license in their book as, a protective measure. It's staying there because as far as they are concerned, nothing in this license allows Hasbro, and they've talked to their lawyers, and their lawyers tell them, nothing in this license allows Hasbro to take it away. Wizards of the Coast disagrees with that, apparently, based on this draft we'll get to in a minute. But like the rest of this license is fairly standard, with the exception of this number 8 section, updating the license, number 9, sorry. Updating the license. Wizards or its designated agents may publish updated versions of this license. You may use any authorized version of this license to copy, modify, and distribute any open game content originally distributed under any version of this license. What does that mean? That is the whole, that is the whole thing. And what Paizo is saying it means, and their lawyer is saying it means, is if they put something under this license, you may substitute the license it came under for any version of the license that Hasbro says you can. You'll notice I say you can substitute. You aren't required to. Again, Hasbro seems to be wanting to disagree with that. If you and there was a frequently asked questions page on Wizards.com after Hasbro bought it, which for years was there, and it asked the question, can Wizards of the Coast update this license to something we don't like? The answer was, and this is available via the Wayback Machine, there was a comment that Hasbro attempted to do what they're trying to do, and they rolled a natural 1 on their stealth check because they forgot that the Internet Archive exists, which has this page where they said,
meta humor,
if you see an update to this license and you don't like it, you're going to continue using the old license because nothing will force you to stop. So, D&D has this concept, explaining the joke for people who really didn't get it, that if you want to be unnoticed or unseen or unheard doing something, you roll dice for stealth. If you roll low, you manage to not be stealthy, and if there is anybody to hear or see or notice what you did or what you're doing, they're going to notice. If you roll high enough, theoretically, they won't notice, depending on the scenario. The idea, somewhat informally, is that if you roll a 20 on the die, it doesn't matter what other modifiers there are, the best possible outcome happens, and if you roll a 1, the worst possible outcome happens. So it's not an automatic. You tell the king, so I want you to give me your crown and abdicate the throne, and I'm going to be king now. You roll a natural 20. Haha, that means the king has to give me the crown, right? No. What that means is the king's going to go, haha, that's so funny. You are a funny guy. I love this guy. Rather than having you executed on the spot.
Seize him.
If you roll a natural 1, it's going to go very differently.
It took me a while to figure out that whole natural thing. So it's just talking about without any modifiers, right?
Yes.
Roll the highest or lowest possible thing. Something's got to happen.
The number on your math stone is a 1 or a 20. Informally, it means something in any circumstance. Formally, it means something in specific circumstances. Apparently, 6th edition D&D will change that. It will be what everybody already does, that it will be formal, that it means something.
So right now, Dungeons & Dragons is in 5th edition, and 6th edition is coming out?
So correct. 6th edition is this one D&D thing you might have been hearing about.
Okay, yeah, I'm such a huge noob, because the various videos I've been seeing, again, not a guy who's in the know here, I just know what I read online, and half of it's probably wrong, is that they're trying to go the video game route. They're kind of trying to make it all digital.
Kinda.
Trying to get microtransactions, repeated buys, because they're saying, oh yeah, the DMs, the dungeon masters, they buy all the books, and then the players don't buy anything except their little bitty character sheet. So we got to make more money. It's underutilized.
Except if Wizards really, they make a few products. If they made more of them, like
there's other ways to make money that
and nobody else can make a Beholder. How much money does Paizo make selling those little goblin plushies?
Action figures, cute toys,
don't know.
Lunchboxes, coloring books, cartoons, candy,
and they do make they do make like little Beholder plushies. They're adorable. Yeah. We're nerds. We'll buy that. We'll buy that shit every day of the week.
I won't buy a Funko Pop of my. If they made a Funko Pop HeroQuest, I would not buy it. But a lot of people will. So. Yep. There's other ways to monetize rather than nickeling and diming people with the game and keeping just an iron grip on it.
So, during the pandemic, a lot of people played it digitally, and that's why they bought the D&D Beyond thing, and they're trying to make it so.
I've been playing games digitally too, if you noticed. But anyway, right, go ahead, go for it.
But there are platforms. I mean, you've played at least a little bit with Tabletop Simulator.
Yes.
And if Tabletop Simulator were really optimized to play HeroQuest well, it's pretty good. But if it were even better, more people would play it online that way.
Yeah.
And
you've got the companion app, and we've proven that you can stream it on a computer, even though it's not supported, because emulation is not supported. It's actually an Android or iOS thing. You can use homebrew, like house rules, because it's the honor system for a lot of stuff. You can't place monsters, you can't remix the dungeon, but there's a lot you can do. So it is possible, and if they really wanted to go all in on it, they could. And then that's the question of, but now they have control. They can restrict you from certain things if they want to. They can charge you for stuff if they want to. And is it right for them to do that?
Almost finished with this. We've kind of jumped ahead. We're almost done with this, so I just want to finish real quick.
Keep me on track.
The rest of the license pretty much says you've got to include a copy of the license. That's kind of already been stated, but it's made explicit again. You can't actually use anybody's names unless you've got their permission. Fair. If you can't comply with this license for some reason, you're not allowed to use the material that's covered by it. That's just, here are the terms. If you can't follow them, you don't get the benefits.
That seems fair.
As a termination, if you break this license, it's done. We've got to tell you that you've broken the license and you've got 30 days to fix it. If somebody else, if Paizo has to give, a license to their stuff the same way, if somehow Paizo broke this license by, inserting a Beholder into the game, but people had already taken Pathfinder from Paizo and made their own version of Pathfinder, they're still covered and they're still good. Paizo would not be, because they abused intellectual property they didn't have the right to use. So, and the last thing that matters is standard in a contract. If there's some part of this license that turns out to not be legal, then the license gets modified in such a way that the license is still legal. You'll often see that section called severability. If the court says that you can't do, the rest of the license still applies. And that's going to matter.
Just because, none of this is legal advice. We're not experts, but I
already said it. I'm not a lawyer. I have a background working with copyright stuff, but I'm not actually a lawyer. I play a game programmer on the internet.
Nice.
So we get into the new license. We've already started talking about it. So
that was the quote-unquote good license, the old license.
That was the good one.
And now...
And the opinion is that if, say, Hasbro were to release, or Wizards of the Coast, or however you want to... Sorry.
Right. We don't have StrangeBus's noise-canceling microphone.
Yeah.
We just got to roll with it.
If we had Wizards of the Coast issue a new license which says, by the way, by releasing this license, we are declaring that the old license is now invalid and you can't use it anymore. A court is likely to determine, and this is Paisa's opinion, a court is likely to determine they can't do that. They might try, but they probably can't. And the reason why I say they probably can't is because you can sue anybody over literally anything in the United States.
You may not win. You may waste
your money. You may not win. You may waste your money. You may waste their money.
Yeah, you
but
can try.
You can try. I mean, it's basically, when it comes to the court system, listen to Matt Mercer. Can I sue over this? You can try.
Oh man, there's a whole... I'm not even going to get into all this Sue Quest jokes that are potential here.
You may not know about D&D much, but you probably already know that one. And anybody in the audience listening who knows about D&D knows what you can try means. You can try, typically coming from the DM, means you can make the attempt, but you better roll a natural fucking 20, or it's going to be bad.
F around and find out.
Yeah, pretty much. So, you can sue, you can try, but the judge may or may not say it's okay. Now,
sometimes you get those lawsuits where it's so bad, not only did they throw it out of court, they made it so that you can't sue about that anymore.
Yeah. So the thing is, there is a challenge, and any lawyer who's going to be straight with you is going to tell you there is a problem. First of all, this new license, since we're now talking about the new license, says if you are under it, you agree that a jury does not. It can be a bench trial where there isn't a jury. They can sue you, and there won't be a jury of people that you can convince that the evil corporation is evil and that they should fine for you because the snow job from the corporation isn't all that convincing. It would be decided by the judge, who's going to go strictly based on how does this sound legally. And the problem there is that the judge is likely to be a 70-year-old whose knowledge of D&D is, I remember, that's Satan's game, because he's 70.
Yeah. He was able to do a few pull-ups that his gym teacher made. Just saying.
So, yeah.
Nothing against people in that age bracket, but we're just saying, as opposed to somebody who's been there and knows a little bit more about it.
So, it's never a guarantee because anybody can sue about anything. This license will be found to be legal or not legal when it's tried in court. And the old license, it said all those things. It said the license was forever. It never said Wizards of the Coast cannot revoke this license. Now, a lot of factors weigh into that. It's been out there for 23 years. The longer you leave something out there, the longer you ignore it, the harder it becomes to go into court and say, Your Honor, this thing that we knew about for 23 years, it's really hurting us. And we think it should not only be stopped, but we deserve to get paid. The judge is like, why didn't you say that 23 years ago?
Yeah. Seems like you had your chance.
You had your chance.
So that's why these companies are so strict and kind of crazy and like trigger happy about it, because if they don't,
right. Yeah. Now, but the judge could also say, all right, I believe it, because this new license starts with comments, which don't mean anything, but I mean this would tell you something about the sorts of arguments they're going to make in court.
In the interest of time, I'm gonna kind of like stuff my own comments in the back because I know a lot less about this, and I feel like you've done your research.
Yep.
I want people in the chat, if you have a comment.
I've spent 2 days, 3 days watching every bit of content on this, listening to opinions of actual lawyers who have commented on it.
And iKarith, just for out of respect to you, of course, and we're so glad that you could join us here on the Rantcast. Do you how much more time? Do you have time to go through this?
I can go long.
Excellent, because I can go long too. I've got my second wind, but I need to step back and let you talk. So
I want to give people a chance to actually understand this and why it matters to us. We haven't even gotten near that yet.
Yeah, at what point would you like us to open up the comments? Because I was thinking we could just take this into
I'll plow through this license really quickly, and then we can bring it in, because I want to give people a chance to ask. And I'm sorry that it's getting late for some of you guys already.
Yeah, and a lot of that's my fault, asking all these questions.
Yes, it is. It's your fault. All your fault.
My fault. Stare at the insensitive man. Okay, go for it.
So, you guys can read this, and I'm sorry that,
do we have a link?
License is the one we do. I thought I sent it to you, but I didn't.
Yeah, I'm just thinking if we can post something in the chat or tell people how to easily find it. I mean, you can look in your favorite search engine, Open Game License 1.1 leak, right?
You can. I posted a link to it in the HeroQuest fans Discord.
Yeah. Okay. I'll try to get it. You go ahead and take the wheel.
Okay. While you're digging for it, I think it was in the news section. Part of the comments, and like I said before, you can ignore the comments when you're reading this to figure out what it actually says, because none of this commentary means jack shit when it comes time to actually what it actually says you can and can't do. And Hasbro could decide tomorrow, this is not a thing we're doing. They could have done that today. If this was supposed to be published for people to see January 4th, obviously it is now January 12th. It was supposed to be out on January 4th, and you had to agree to it by January 13th. That's tomorrow, and it hasn't been published.
Dang, what is this, Congress? Okay, I'm sorry. I said I'd keep politics out, but I'm sorry.
So they reacted to this, and they had we're going to post a reaction, we're going to post an explanation, and we're going to have an announcement about this later. And then that got canceled. And then today they're supposed to be, we're going to have an announcement about this, and then that got canceled. And there is a YouTuber, Ginny D. She is the most happy, smiling, green-haired, bubbly, non-controversial. Everybody loves her. She is like one of the D&D people because she manages to offend just about nobody.
Wouldn't hurt.
But she's very much a 5e modern. You need to have your session 0. You need to have your safety tools where somebody can red flag something that's offensive to them. Basically, if there's somebody on the internet who's not going to like Ginny D, it's Shadzar. Probably. But even he might say, she's not really that bad. Yeah, so she told people today, cancel your D&D Beyond subscriptions. You will not lose anything because your subscription will be valid through the end of when you've paid for it, but cancel your account so that it will not renew.
Like a real boycott, because I know that there's fake boycotts where people are like,
So they're like,
I won't buy anything after the next 10 things.
Don't just say, I won't buy anything. Actually, take a step to say, I am currently giving you money and I'm turning off the spigot. No more money. And when you tell...
Can't guarantee my support.
When somebody who has been a D&D Beyond subscriber for 6 years, and that's way longer than Hasbro has owned it, but they own it now, and you say, my account has been here for 6 years and I canceled it today. You don't have to tell them why, they know. If you canceled your... If you were one of
this thing in full.
thousands and thousands...
Oh, sorry. Brunair Battle Axe guy has made a lot of money.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, sorry.
So, and I'm getting myself off topic a little bit. They are. Sorry, I've completely been derailed now.
Okay, we were talking about the green-haired person that everybody loved.
Yeah, she told everybody cancel.
So she
told everybody to
positive.
cancel.
He's Mr. Negative.
And when you lose a 6-year subscriber because you've pissed them off to the point that they are turning off the spigot, you are not getting that person back. That is terrifying to a corporation.
And here's the part that Shadzar probably would seize upon, because this was the earlier controversy. But anyway, continuing on.
So she is a person who is so non-offensive to anybody, and she suddenly pipes up in a big way. She had said a few things generally in support, but she hadn't really spoken up. And she spoke up in a big way and said, it's time to dump Hasbro. I mean, she didn't use those words because she's so positive. She said, you need to cancel. And people have been by the thousands.
They really have. They're not just threatening to. Like the people that say, I'm gonna leave the scene, and they don't actually do it.
Yeah. And I mean,
see, I never had the product, so I can't be a part of a boycott because I never had it. But
right.
These are people that were paying.
That is why I have said I don't buy a lot of D&D merchandise. I don't buy a lot of D&D products because I don't play 5th edition. The closest I play is a very informal game where, for the most part, you tell the person running the game, I want to do this. They decide what number you need to accomplish it and tell you to roll some dice. And you roll the dice and you tell them what you got and they tell you what happens. You don't need a book for that.
Yeah.
Granted,
sounds like something Gygax would have said. Like, we're not going to tell people this, but you don't actually need the book,
And Tracy Hickman, a name you might remember from Dragonlance, wrote a book where he literally told people, you don't need a book. You do not need a book to play this game.
Say that out loud, but true.
Yeah, he said it in a book, and the book has a 2nd edition. Look for it on wherever you buy your books. It's available online or in print. It's a good book. Go get it. Seriously, he doesn't pay me to say that. Tracy Hickman has never heard my name, I'm sure. Yeah. But it's a good book.
It's a non-sponsored video. We're not even affiliate yet, so.
Yep.
These are just our opinions. They may not necessarily reflect the opinions of anybody else, but we're just spitballing here.
So you don't need a book. You don't really need the rules because the DM can make up the rules. Or the GM if you're not strictly playing D&D.
Or if you're a HeroQuest player, Zargon, Morcar, Grimdead.
Sure, whatever.
The big guy that controls the secret stuff behind the screen.
I believe, I initially said I'm announcing, not that anybody really cares, but I think it's possible that, in Carmine might have seen me say it. I'm not buying anything from Hasbro until they actually settle this, because I'm sure they are going to walk this back. I don't hold a grudge.
The only Hasbro products I buy are HeroQuest, and the last one I bought was Mage of the Mirror. I haven't made a decision yet on how I'm going to handle this, but if that's
not the case.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I buy Hasbro products, and not just that. I don't buy a lot of D&D because I don't play 5th edition.
I'm so sorry.
I do buy some.
I broke my own rule. Would you say that it's logical for someone to say, I'll buy Hasbro products, but I won't buy D&D products, and I'll still send a message to the company? Or do you feel like people should just cut it all off completely? Will that do the same thing?
I'm saying if you aren't buying D&D products and you're saying I'm not buying D&D products, but I'll still buy Magic the Gathering, I'll still buy HeroQuest, I'll still buy My Little Pony. Do they own My Little Pony?
Risk, Monopoly, Clue.
Yeah. If you say that, what you're saying is, well, we have hurt the brand, but probably they weren't all that serious about the brand anyway. The serious players will be back. When you have people who are leaving D&D Beyond, those are the serious players. And if you really want to hurt them, you're not just saying, I'm leaving D&D Beyond, you're saying, what is the Magic one?
I'm mad at the company.
There's an online way that you can play Magic: The Gathering online.
Oh, is that Roll20?
No, that's it's something
that's
Magic: The Gathering Arcana or something. I'm totally butchering that. I don't know what it is. Somebody in the chat, please say what the
Magic fans. Yeah, and if this is the YouTube replay, go ahead and just tell us how wrong we are for not knowing that.
If you cancel that, if you actually buy physical Magic: The Gathering cards, you are actually buying, something that it costs them some money to make.
Oh, yeah. There is a hierarchy of profits here. So would you say Magic, as far as Hasbro's revenue stream, as far as we know, is that bigger than D&D, or are they kind of equal?
It was.
Oh,
that's a whole other pretty sure it was. I don't know if it.
I wasn't a Magic player.
Magic seems to be something that, like, the thing is, it's like, oh yes, I go to cocktail parties, and people at cocktail parties have now heard of D&D. Magic: The Gathering was sold at Target and Walmart. You might be able to get the basic beginner D&D box at Target.
Yeah.
I saw it once. One time it was there and gone.
Yeah.
Because somebody bought it. But
yeah, it's all Naruto and Pokemon.
It's Naruto, Pokemon, and Pokemon, by the way, is also Wizards of the Coast.
Oh shoot. This reminds me, like, I've been pissed at Disney. I've been pissed at Disney for a while, and I was like thinking, I'm just gonna boycott their products. And I was like, dang, they own so many companies.
They own everything.
Everything. Yeah. So no
when
Hulu,
you say,
no, not just Star Wars.
I'm mad at this company.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna buy products in this little category that I'm mad at them over. If they own everything else, they don't care.
Yeah.
So when you say, I'm mad about this D&D license, I'm not buying Magic. I'm mad at this D&D license, I'm not buying HeroQuest. Sorry, Chris.
Yeah.
When you say, I'm not buying Transformers,
G.I. Joe,
I'm not
Power
buying
Rangers,
G.I. Joe, I'm not buying any product they make. I'm not buying Monopoly and Scrabble.
Hey, you take that back about Scrabble. I'm just kidding. Yeah. Rantcast.
If you say, I am not buying any of these products, and you mean it, now you are doing something that catches their attention.
And if other people follow you...
if you are going to do that, that might not necessarily get their attention. Because, I can say that, but am I actually going to do it?
They lose a sale. If you vote with your wallet, if you hit them in the pocketbook, all that stuff.
Well, how do they know that you've actually done that? It's too late for me to cancel my Mage in the Mirror. If it wasn't, I would have done it.
You could try to return it, but if you've already opened it, probably not.
It's not here yet. It may get returned. I haven't decided if I'm going.
I've said when HeroQuest came back, I gave consideration to the things Shadzar was saying. I was like, listen, if they screw this up, if they remake this in a bad way, I'm gonna not buy it.
Happen.
Oh, yeah.
What Shadzar was saying about HeroQuest, that it was going to be all woke and it was going to be,
he was afraid, and he was.
I think, and he was wrong about that.
And I'm glad he was wrong, but I'm also glad that he said it, because some of us.
It might have been if he hadn't.
Yeah. If nobody had said anything, they could have done that. And it's kind of like when ZooQuest was coming out. It's like, oh, this is just loosely based on HeroQuest. It's a totally new game. I might hate it. It might not give me those, good feelings. But yeah, so now I feel very protective of HeroQuest. I'm like, so far so good. They've been a couple missteps, but it's pretty decent. But it's like when I see another franchise that the fans are unhappy, and I feel like the company is like taking advantage of that goodwill and making stupid decisions, I feel for them. And not just because I might be next in my little community, but yeah, you gotta send a message.
Did say that, he couldn't see why I would say hurt the people at Avalon Hill who have no control over this.
I like the people at Avalon Hill, but they've got a job to do. They can't.
I will go one
ranks.
further than Avalon Hill. There are 3 people at Wizards of the Coast that I know.
Okay.
They are friends. I live close enough. They're kind of in my backyard. It's not surprising that I would have met and got to know a couple of people.
Sweet.
They did not know this was coming. They were gobsmacked. They didn't know this was coming. They didn't think it was even possible because the OGL is forever. It says so. Perpetual means forever.
Well, like we said before, don't go after somebody because they're part of this company. They may have had nothing to do with this decision. They may have known about it or not known about it and just had no say in it. Like anybody that's worked for a big company knows that. They don't tell you the average, well, even the middle management people don't know everything.
But specifically, if I say I'm not buying from Wizards of the Coast, I am threatening the jobs of my friends.
Yeah, and that's
if I say I'm not, it does. Me personally, really sucks.
I would not want to see any of these people lose a job. They got to feed their family. On the other hand, it's like some of these people, the people that have actual talent and integrity, they can get a job somewhere else. Like if worst case scenario, if they got let go, someone else would snap them up.
It's a little hard right now, but generally, if the economy was a little better, it would be really easy.
Nobody wants to lose their job right now, but
no, I don't want these guys to lose their job.
No,
but
I want the company to do right by their customers.
That's the 3 guys I know from Wizards of the Coast, they know if this OGL 1.1/2.0, they know that 1.1 is basically poison, so they may start calling it 2.0. If they come out with this as the license going forward, the guys I know are going to lose their job anyway because nobody's going to be buying D&D.
Well, and I know Hasbro has billions and billions of dollars. They could survive the loss of D&D, I'm sure.
Sure.
But maybe they could survive the loss of HeroQuest and all this other stuff, but they would lose a lot of money. So
they would.
They don't want to torpedo this cash cow they've got going. And the whole reason they're doing this is to keep that money going.
I am of the opinion that because they canceled this thing today, they intended to come out and, I'm getting into politics. Yeah, there was a thing with a couple of presidents we've had would say, it was an attitude that they would have, if you don't like my plan, I just haven't explained it to you well enough. I am now convinced that Wizards of the Coast Cynthia Williams intended to basically have people from Wizards of the Coast come out and explain to us, no, really, this license is good for you. It's good. It's really good for us. I mean, it's good for you. Yeah, you want this. That come out and try and sell it to us, and maybe they would change some wording so it didn't sound as bad, but it was going to be everything people fear that this is going to be, and they're going to treat it like this is fans overreacting because a couple of big third-party publishers who are making millions are telling them to be upset about this. And as soon as it all dies down, the fans are going to go, nothing changed. I'm glad I didn't take that seriously. I'm still going to play my D&D.
I don't know if this falls legally under the definition of a whistleblower type of thing, but whoever leaked this out, thank you for taking the risk and doing this.
Yeah.
Bring this to force this issue. I mean, I'm sure your company is not happy about it, but I'd rather know than not know.
Whoever leaked this, first of all, they were under NDA.
Yep.
They are facing a major lawsuit.
Yep.
My 3 friends at Wizards of the Coast are not talking to me now because since this was leaked and the full text is now online, Wizards of the Coast is investigating to figure out who to blame, who to fire, who to sue.
Yeah. Well, it's out there now, and we're reporting on it.
It's out there.
We're commenting on it.
But technically, as of this
journalistic
point,
duty, yeah.
Officially out in public, Wizards of the Coast and Hasbro have not released any new license. The license we have, the one that I was going through, is the one that exists.
So this
1.1
has no legal force at this
time. Not yet.
It's the threat that it might be.
And I will go one further. This is me offering the closest you're going to get to legal advice. If you never touch a thing that is released under this document, this does not apply to you. Even if it were released tomorrow, it would not apply. If you don't touch anything it's written under. Paizo's opinion, and that's important because there's a line in here that says, this is the only license. Remember I said before, in the old license, there was this thing, we can update it, and that you can use any authorized version of the license. There's a clause in here that explicitly says, we are deauthorizing the old license.
So you get a license that says this is forever, and you get another license thing. You know the thing we said was forever? It's not.
Exactly.
Can they do that?
We are updating it. And the thing is, that is, under certain circumstances, if you agree to this new license, they can.
How do I agree to it? That's what I want to know.
Well, in this case, you specifically have to use, they will release a new document, a new system reference document, the rules for D&D, under this new license. Assuming they do this, they're going to release a new document at some point. They've said they will. And it'll be under these
Allegedly.
terms. If they do that, and it is under these terms, and you do the things that people are doing now, where you take the system reference document and you take its license and you put it into your thing, congratulations, you just agreed to it for non-commercial. For commercial stuff, you have to do more than that. You have to actually register an account with them and then tell them, I'm a commercial person, and commercial is literally anything that, and this is why I'm not going through it, because they explain in meticulous detail.
Yeah.
If you put it on crowdfunding, that's commercial. If you print a book, that's commercial. If you sell it through drive-through, that's commercial. If you put it online and accept Patreon donations that are not required to get access to it, that's not commercial.
Here's where we touch on it. So, like HeroQuest fans, I don't stream D&D, but what if I did and I ran ads on Twitch?
And that would also be not commercial by this new license.
Even if people cheer bits and like send me money
for
my D&D stream,
because they don't have to. That is basically a tip.
Okay.
However, if you
if I'm Critical Role, though.
If you sell, like, okay, you made, let's say for a minute you're Matt Mercer. You've made Critical Role. You've got the show. That's not revenue they can count. You've got the books, and you're selling the books. That's revenue they can count because you've actually decided. There's a thing that Questing Beast has been on. You don't need the SRD. You don't need to agree to these terms. Don't agree to these terms, and they don't apply to you.
Oh, is this the? I'm looking at this section here. This is the 1.1, the non-one. It's saying the not official one yet. If you haven't generated $50,000 or more in total gross revenue from the OGL commercial products in a given year, you are at the initiate tier.
Yes, and if you are at the initiate tier, the thing is that this license is so insulting in part because they literally define these tiers of the license, and you level up by being more successful. And when you level up, you owe them more money.
So they're going to take
you have additional
a bigger and bigger cut the more you profit from their property.
Technically, they don't take any profit from you until you get to $750,000. Now, I don't know if you know anything about manufacturing. You're talking about $750,000. That's a lot of money. Gross. gross revenue.
Okay, yeah. Tell people what that means.
If you decide that you are going to print a book and it contains something that has to be under this license, so you include this license and you register your account and everything, and you've actually signed the document, you're now a commercial producer using this license, and you bring in, you start an Indiegogo. And I say Indiegogo because there's special rules in here for Kickstarter. Not that I don't endorse Indiegogo. If you ever want to know why, Slopes Game Room has a series called Kick Scammers. You'll start to understand real quick why I don't endorse Indiegogo.
What was it called? Slopes Game Room?
Slopes Game Room.
Okay.
If you just search YouTube for Kick Scammers, you will undoubtedly see his videos.
Okay.
I have some qualms with how Indiegogo responds to things that are pretty obviously scammy.
Okay, I think
they got your money, they don't care.
Yeah, not to get into those side conversations,
yep.
But yeah. On the next Rantcast, maybe.
So, yeah.
So many topics.
But we're using Indiegogo because they are a crowdfunding platform that isn't Kickstarter, which is special in this agreement.
Yeah. HasLab is not Kickstarter, just in case anybody's confused.
You make $1 million. Mm-hmm. You raise, people pledge, and oh my God, it's $1 million. Cool.
Because we're talking about Hasbro owns all this stuff, so they can pretty much do what they want with the stuff. We're talking about
they can put it under this license.
When other companies, do stuff.
When you
it's compatible with D&D or spin-off from D&D or inspired by.
When you use anything that requires that you use this license because you're actually using Hasbro stuff, or if you are using stuff you don't have to use this license for, and you're dumb enough to use it anyway. Because those mechanics can't be owned, remember that. So if you're not actually using anything that you have to use it for, and there are things in the system reference document that you have to use the license for. But if you don't use the license and you don't use those things, you're in the clear. You can put it under whatever terms you want. And the old license was there basically to tell people don't worry about it, we're not going to sue you. Well, this new license suggests that they probably will. So,
yikes.
Maybe you put this license in your book just to be safe, but then your book makes $1 million. Okay, you have to pay 25%. But out of that $1 million that you raised on Indiegogo, first thing, Indiegogo is going to take their cut, and they're going to take their cut right off the top. So is Hasbro, 25%. If your books cost $900,000 to print every copy that you've sold, and you have, after you've paid your cuts to Indiegogo and to Hasbro, you don't have $900,000. Well, what happens? Your book doesn't get made. You raised all this money and you can't make the book. But Indiegogo and Hasbro don't care because they both got paid off the top. You have to now spend money you didn't have, which is why you're at a crowdfunding, to make your books. You make negative profit. This is the kind of thing why a lot of projects fail, is because they don't consider the licensing that they're under, they don't consider the fees, and they don't really have a real idea what it's going to cost. And then they think, oh, I got all this money, so they go and buy cars. But that's a separate issue. But there's a very realistic scenario where you could, if your costs are higher than what you are left with after Hasbro takes their 25% of $250,000, because the first $750,000 are yours to keep, assuming you don't have to pay it to anybody else, you could end up with negative profits. And you don't make, if you make negative money, you had to spend money to make the product, and you just go into debt. Or the product doesn't get made, and people hate you because you stole their money. Because at this point, you can't refund them everything they paid.
Hey, iKarith, do you think it's time for us to open up the phone lines, as it were?
I wanted to read a couple of things here on the license.
Okay.
I'm sorry we keep getting sidetracked.
No. This is super.
I said ignore
super
the comments, but I'm going to read something here out of the first comment.
Okay.
A lot has changed over the last half century, including the rise of the internet, apps, Web3, and even virtual tabletop role-playing games. There's mention in here of NFTs. Okay? People who work for Hasbro and companies like, Wizards of the Coast or Avalon Hill or any other for that matter, if you hear your boss talking about NFTs, I am tempted to tell you to slap them.
Does he have pointy hair like the guy in Dilbert?
They're a little late to that grift. That grift has come and gone. NFTs were a scam. They were always a scam. Companies like it because it sounds like money for nothing, and they love money for nothing.
Yeah, could put you into dire straits now if you.
That's gone. Everybody knows it's a scam. Stop trying to sell it.
Don't buy NFTs,
Please.
kids.
Don't buy NFTs. Don't sell NFTs. They're done. Anyway, so they're claiming that a lot has changed. The internet. The internet was clearly not a thing when this was published on the internet.
Yeah. Come on.
This was done in late 90s. The late 90s, not the early 90s. The late
America
90s.
Online. So
America.
No wonder
Every
it's number
idiot
one.
does. Yeah, right.
God, mail.
Everybody was on the internet by 1999. Everybody was on the internet by 1997 when this license was first written.
Maybe it sucked, but you were on there.
Yeah, it sucked. People weren't, downloading videos.
Mm-hmm.
They were barely downloading songs. They were downloading
real
songs.
media and net congestion.
Don't ask me how I know.
It took you like an hour to watch like a 5-minute viral thing.
30 minutes to download a 5-minute song. Do not ask me how I know that. So, yeah, the notion that the world has changed that much, it has changed in the last 50 years. It has not changed that much in the last 23.
They're making it sound like this is like we've just invented gunpowder or something.
Yeah. They're making it sound like this is, and this is the argument that they're going to use.
This is why
when we release
suddenly
this
clamp down
under
like a
permanent forever license, we didn't know that the internet was going to happen. And they're going to try and preach that to a 70-year-old judge. They might get away with it. That's why I'm reading that part, is because that's going to be their argument. I'm skipping through all of this stuff here. They have a commercial and a non-commercial license. Start with a non-commercial here. It covers, the stuff they release under it. It doesn't cover the stuff they don't release under it. So there will not be beholders under this license. Displacer beasts. The Dungeons and Dragons trademark, you're not getting that stuff.
I think Reaper Bones has an eye beast.
Yeah, you can call it an eye beast. You can't call it a beholder.
It's not a beholder. And hey, you might, when you paint it, it might not look anything like a beholder. So
yeah. So the first content covered, the stuff you can use under this license, which is going to be the SRD, assuming that's what they release it as, and all they release that way.
What's SRD? Quick.
The system reference document, the rules for D&D as a single file you can download.
Oh, by the way, welcome to Cylon. Assuming you're not a bot. Yeah. So we're talking the 1.1 controversy with D&D. We're getting really in depth into it. There's no commercial breaks. iKarith, if you're okay continuing,
sure,
you can continue.
Sure. So yeah, the stuff that you can use, which is the stuff they allow specifically, you can't use the stuff that they don't specifically allow, and that includes the things that identify it as D&D. not the rules, but the specific characters. You can't call things Mordenkainen's this. You can't use the iconic monsters. Bag of Holding is probably not. I'm sure that I'm actually seriously tempted in the clone of rules that I come up with that is completely free. That I will create a spell called Magic Missile, and all it will do is create light around the caster.
Interesting. Well, if it's parody, you can do what you want, right?
Yeah. And then there's stuff that you create. So far, this all sounds like the old license, just in more verbose language. And what is covered here is the stuff you create that uses the stuff that they create. However, what it says here is you can create printed stuff and you can create electronic versions of printed stuff. This license does not give you the right to make anything like an app, anything that would let you look up tables online. You can't do that, or anything that would let you see what a table is on your phone, so you don't have to have the book in front of you. Nothing like that. You're not allowed to do it. This license does not allow it. So when people say, "Oh, well, this new license is not going to affect things that people do if it's not making money," there's the first thing. It took me into the end of the first page without comments printed to come up with something that you can do right now that they're saying you're not allowed to do anymore. You can't make an app to help play D&D.
Wow.
At all.
Wow. So does this mean Roll20 is? Or is that so generic that it wouldn't necessarily be wrong?
It means that you cannot make
Roll20 is free.
Roll20. Well, Vassal is a program that people play.
Yeah. Tabletop Simulator.
Vassal is not allowed to have a Tabletop Simulator. These are not allowed to have D&D modules, basically.
Oh yeah, because Tabletop Simulator is a commercial product, yes, but all these licensed
but even
board
the
games
non-commercial one, Vassal is a free thing.
Yeah.
You can't make a D&D Vassal module.
Okay.
It's not allowed under this license.
Dang.
So, because they want you to use theirs.
Well, yeah. Yeah, in the
Which,
HeroQuest
by the
world,
way,
we've got the companion app, but I mean, if you want to make a new quest beyond what the official ones
if
are,
Pathfinder were under this license, and again, Paizo has talked to their lawyers, they're confident it isn't, it never will be, and it doesn't have to be. It also means if it were, though, you could not make a Pathfinder Vassal or Roll20 module. It wouldn't be allowed because it's covered by this license. It's not, but if it were. So that's why that thing where they claim that you are forced to move to the new license because the old license is no longer authorized is important. It's bullshit, but it's important because if they're gonna try and argue in court that they can do that to you,
let me interject just one thing and ask, because we were talking about this earlier.
Remind me about that. I was about to say something kind of important about that.
Oh, sure. Sorry. You say your thing first.
Oh, okay. The thing that's important about that, I said that they're going to try and argue that in court or not argue it in court because, you see, all they have to do is go to the people who make Vassal and say, if you don't stop making this D&D module or this Pathfinder module or anything else that we decide is infringing our rights, we will sue you. They don't actually have to sue. They don't have to actually win. All they have to do is threaten. And a big problem there is the problem you get with YouTube specifically, where people file DMCA claims on YouTube all the time.
Yeah.
Some number of those.
Problem.
are bogus.
Yep.
And YouTube will ding your channel, delete your channel, destroy your channel if you get a few of those.
Oh, man.
Even if they're completely bogus.
They give the benefit of the doubt to the accuser. Sight unseen.
Right.
Yeah.
Because YouTube is not going to stick their neck out for you.
Nope.
So,
big or small, but especially small, they will not.
If you are putting stuff out there that you are convinced is completely independent of the Dungeons and Dragons rules and licensing, or continue to use the 5th edition SRD under the 5th edition SRD's license, the 1.0A, Hasbro could contact DriveThruRPG and say, you are hosting this commercial product under a license we have deauthorized. Take it down or we sue you. Is DriveThruRPG going to say, you don't have the right to do that, we'll see you in court? Or are they going to take down your book?
So I'm looking at this little donation section, and I think this is what kind of I was thinking of. Again, not for D&D, because I don't do D&D, but for HeroQuest. So like the way we play it on HeroQuest fans is if you follow or sub to our Twitch channel, which by the way, please do check it out if you want, you get extra gold coins. And you can use those gold coins in a quest to influence us, or like buying potions for the heroes that are playing. But at the same time, it's not a requirement. Like, you can just be a free user.
I'm not sure if that would count or not.
But see,
we're not that part of the license yet, but I'm not sure.
I know, but I'm trying to imagine if it were imposed upon us, which I hope it isn't. But if it was, I can still say, you don't have to follow me, and you don't have to subscribe to me to get gold coins to influence the quest.
Yep.
You get more if you do that, but it's not a condition of doing it. So it's not like I'm cutting someone off and saying, oh,
it should be okay.
You didn't donate,
but
you don't get to play.
Sure.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. If I'm not sure, that means that it is room for interpretation, or it's vague, ambiguous.
Yeah. People are going to break it, or they're going to be afraid to do it. And
there is a principle in contract law that helps here. The principle in contract law, a license is a contract, is the person who wrote the contract, if there's anything that is ambiguous, or there's more than one interpretation, or it's not clear, of the possible interpretations, the one that should be chosen by the court is the one that favors the other guy. Because you wrote the contract, you wrote the terms, you had the power to make it more what you wanted it to be. The other person didn't write it. They don't have control over that. You wrote the contract.
If you made it vague, you have to live with the consequences. And some people are going to interpret it a different way.
And that is why legal agreements are so painful to read. It's because they have to make sure they leave no wiggle room. Because if there's any wiggle room, you get to wiggle.
Well, and it's like the rules of HeroQuest. I like the fact that they're kind of vague and open-ended. Because the whole point of the game is you can do pretty much whatever you want. You start basic and go on. But here we're talking about rules that legally govern, like we're talking about people's money is affected, people's livelihoods
and people
are potentially
get
affected
really
by
funny
this.
when it starts to be about their money.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you tell me, oh, hey, you're playing the game wrong. It's like, okay, I'm giving you the finger, and you're not allowed at my game table now. But when it comes to this, if they can take down your revenue stream, if they can sue you, if they can C&D your work, that's kind of a big deal. And we kind of need to iron out and figure out what this really is supposed to be.
Yeah. So you jumped ahead a bit. License,
I did again. I'm sorry.
The license applies to everybody we decide to give access to under this license, which is generally everybody, until we start saying otherwise. That's fairly normal. You don't have anything there that's surprising. Ownership. You agree? They own it. They own what they own. They aren't giving you ownership.
Okay. Am I in the right spot here? Sorry. Ownership.
I'm at 3 ownership.
Yeah, got it. Okay.
For identification of licensed content, This is in the old license. They're making it a little more clear, and I don't have a problem with this. They're saying basically, if you are using stuff that is from the SRD, the rules, putting it into your books, you need to be very clear about where your stuff ends and their stuff begins. And if you're basically saying you have to actually, go and look at the SRD to figure out whether or not this is mine or theirs, that's not good enough. You have to be clear. You can change their stuff, but you have to actually specifically say this section is theirs, this section is mine. And if you change stuff in their section, the stuff you changed in their section is gonna basically have to be, you have to be willing to accept that that's available to other people. However, as we'll come up with later on, there are circumstances under which whatever you come up with is theirs. Share alike, yeah, that's the next section.
I think that's a controversial point too. It's like, okay, so I created this stuff and you're saying it belongs to you, so now why would I even bother? If you can just take it away, you can just rip it away or tell me how to. Yeah, I'm just anticipating the objections a lot of people would have to that kind of thing. Kind of like the mod.
Under this license, you remember that the previous license said that you may use any version of the license that is authorized? This one says the version of the license you enclose in your work must be this license.
So, did they make a huge mistake when they said perpetual and this will never change, like with the first one?
No. I mean, they think, they think the answer is yes, they're wrong.
Yeah. Because,
remember I said that TSR was basically driven into the ground because they were so lawsuit happy that everybody was mad at them. Nobody wanted to play D&D. It was doing really badly. They put out, before Hasbro, Wizards of the Coast buys TSR. They've now got D&D rights. They put the core rules of D&D under this license, and this was a signal that the lawsuits are over with. And suddenly, the 3rd edition of D&D was the biggest edition of D&D ever.
Sorry,
the 4th edition.
I was going to say, so it wasn't the Satanic Panic, but maybe the devil was in the details after all.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, then they released the 4th edition, and they put it under a license that, frankly, looks an awful lot like this one that I'm looking at right now. It was called the GSL, the Game System License. And it looked an awful lot like this thing does.
Like this one.
Similarly nasty.
Oh.
And like people stopped playing D&D.
Wow.
They went off and played Pathfinder, which didn't exist before this.
Oh, so they should learn from the past. They should learn from their own history.
They should learn from the past twice. This has happened twice.
Wait, but the people in charge now are not the same people that were in charge.
They are not. But the people in charge now are doing the same damn thing over and over again.
Doomed to repeat it without learning from history.
When they let D&D be an open game that people could use and modify, it didn't hurt D&D sales. It helped D&D sales. It didn't matter that you could make your own game that's similar to D&D, because it's still D&D. Maybe you might sell a couple fewer D&D rule reference books. You're probably still buying D&D miniatures. You can get those from other people too, but I mean, the D&D miniatures are pretty cool. And you're not going to get a Beholder miniature from anybody else.
By the way, shout out to the ancient Egyptians. I forgot to mention them with their D20s. All right. Sorry, I'm trying to keep myself awake here.
So, basically, after the 4th edition was such a disaster, they released 5th edition under this license, and 5th edition then became the biggest D&D ever. So, 3rd edition was the biggest ever under this license. 5th edition was bigger than that under this license. And now they're basically trying to create D&D 4.0 version 2. because 4.0 was also supposed to be kind of video gamey. It was a bad idea. And they could still make their... I mean, because right now a lot of people are on D&D Beyond. That was the thing. Well, they were until today.
They can still make a lot of money without being quite so scummy about it.
They could do most of the things that they want, probably including the microtransactions.
Yeah. But yeah.
Yeah, I know. I have the same reaction to microtransactions. I'm not interested. If I have to pay to win, no.
But at the same time, and this is something I wanted to say a little bit earlier, but I was derailing you.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of Games Workshop. People complain endlessly about Games Workshop. Their model is you go to our store, you use our game space, you buy our models, you buy our paints, we own you. But there's still a lot of wiggle room there. Like if you accept that system and assume you can only operate within that system, then yeah, they got you on the hook. But if you decide, nah, I'm just gonna play at home. I'm gonna take these other miniatures and use them, or I'm gonna use the old rules.
One-page rules.
They can't kick down your door and stop you, but they could kick you out of the store, I guess.
Yeah.
Or say, oh yeah, that book that you like, we're going to stop selling it.
What happens if you decide to go to a Games Workshop store and buy a Games Workshop model, which, I mean, that's where they make their money. Those models cost nothing to make.
Yeah. Plastic.
And then you buy that model and you paint it up and you use it in your own game. They still made money off you, and they made bank off you.
I gave them money. So there was a half-off sale at Barnes & Noble. Not a plug, just saying. I bought a bunch of Warhammer Fireteam. I opened up the boxes. I pulled the miniatures out, and I'm going to be using them for Space Crusade. But I saw a lot of people online were doing the same thing. Like, there are all these sets of Fireteam. People are like, this game sucks. And you can buy the box on eBay without the miniatures. Wonder what happened there.
Yeah, because those are a cheap way to get the minis.
Yeah. Or I could spend, like $50 for,
Fun little thing here.
But they make their money. They have a system. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Warranties and disclaimers. The first thing under there, you have to say you have to warrant that you are over the age of 18. You'll notice it says over 18 and not 18 or over.
Oh.
Reason? You can enter into a contract if you are under 18 or 18 or under. You can basically say nah and get out of any contract until your 19th birthday.
So the little kids can make D&D
and they can't, because you're still subject to other things. They can sue your parents on your behalf. But we've already talked about, at least hinted at, you could make your own D&D and not use their licensed content. If you make D&D, if you make a game that is, you can't make D&D specifically.
So it's not set in the Forgotten Realms. It doesn't
functionally. It's not set. It's set in your world.
With your casting spells, you're rolling d20s. You're doing
you cast
checks.
Spells that are similar. You have goblins and orcs and probably tieflings and all of those things that are generic, and maybe some things you invented. Maybe
I'm going to change the spelling of orc to O-R-U. Orc.
You don't have to, because orcus is a word that
Thank you, JR.
Tolkien came up with, and he didn't even come up with it.
Yeah, he just repurposed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like death.
And it has a meaning. You could come up with a race of one-eyed lizard creatures,
clubtails,
and put them into your game. And if they are not part of the D&D property, they can be iconic. They become your iconic property.
I was mixing metaphors. I was thinking of the Famirs.
Yeah, if you are not, well, so was I.
With goatees and
they're not, if they're not Famirs, then they're not. But you can use that. You probably shouldn't use those specifically, because those are owned by Games Workshop, who I guess has decided they exist again. Just the lore is totally different, and elves need not be afraid. Oh.
They are the pickup artists of their generation. That's all I'm going to say.
Sure. I guess they've changed that, though.
But... Yeah. Okay, back to, sorry. Games Workshop is a totally different company from Hasbro.
Yep. So, basically this is saying, you basically have the right to enter into a contract, and you will do things properly and follow they're basically saying you can do this and you are doing it and you're doing it right, and I can skip, a page or two. Termination. The old license said it could be terminated, but the new one says it can be terminated too. But this is the thing. Termination. This agreement may be modified or terminated. Modification. This agreement is, along with the OGL commercial, an update to the previously available OGL 1.0A, which is no longer an authorized license agreement. They are saying they have revoked the old license.
And
Paizo's lawyers have said they can't do that.
And that's lawyers saying it, not us.
Those are lawyers saying it, and also Kobold Press's lawyers are saying that. And several people have opined they haven't. I've spent 3 days, I haven't had much sleep myself because I spent 3 days watching everything about this.
Cheers.
We're up to about 6 lawyers, maybe 7 at this point.
Dead gamer.
And what they are all saying is, some of them have said they probably can't. Some have said they possibly can. All of them have said, and any lawyer will say, if it comes right down to it, they can sue you regardless. They have to convince a judge that they can. However, under no circumstance can a company or anyone else force you into an agreement you didn't agree to. You must agree to an agreement or it's not an agreement. So, if you never touch anything under this, an abortion of a license, if you never touch anything under this license, you never use it, you never publish anything using the 6th edition SRD, or you find a version of the 5th edition SRD that does not have this crap attached to it, and you use that instead, they can't force you to agree to this license. They might argue they have withdrawn the license on the 5th edition SRD, and they can make that argument in court, but frankly, the license that's on the SRD right now, according to several lawyers, does not give them the ability to do that. And the best response to that, counter to that, is a few lawyers are saying maybe they might have the right. Several are saying they don't. Some are saying maybe they do. Some are saying they possibly can. All are saying it would have to go before a judge, and it's got the weight of contracts are to be interpreted least favorably to the person who wrote them, and the longer you leave something alone, the harder you have a chance to argue that it somehow hurts you and needs to be changed. And you have Hasbro falling back on, but it's Web3 and the internet exists and there's NFTs, which is why you need to pay attention to that. It doesn't mean anything legally, but if they were to go after you in court, that's how they're going to go for it. That's the argument they're going to make. They have to revoke the old license because it didn't say they couldn't. And the reason why they must is because NFTs are a thing now. Which, bullshit. So, anyway.
I'm itching to hear about this next section, but yeah.
I stand with them on, with the lawyers who have said they can't do it, but I'm not a lawyer myself.
Yeah.
My sense is they can't do it either. And if I were in the position that I had to decide if they could, I would be saying, you know what, I'm going to take my chances. I'm never going to agree to this license or anything that looks like it. I will continue to put my stuff out there. I won't touch the 5th edition SRD for anything new. Because until they say that, and I think they never will, until they say we're updating the open game license on the 5th edition SRD to be very clear that we are never going to try and revoke it, and we can't. Unless they do that.
Sorry. I was just gonna say, the fact that there's such a huge backlash against Wizards of the Coast and Hasbro because of this makes me think that this is not just a case of, oh, people didn't read it. It's not a case of, oh, it's just vague. There really are a lot of people out there that want to see derivative inspired by, based on D&D stuff.
Yeah.
And that's really important to them.
Because people are saying...
It's not just Pathfinder employees that are online yelling about this. It's lots of people. And so they got to take this seriously.
I've played 4 pre-printed modules, things that were made by somebody else. Yeah. Basically, the equivalent for HeroQuest would be a quest book.
Yeah.
I've played through 4 of them, and 3 of them were not made by Hasbro Wizards of the Coast. They were third-party commercial products made by somebody else.
I have bought... I mean, I'm applying this to the video game world, but I bought mediocre video games that I had no interest in buying just because I saw how many cool mods there were for it. And in a sense, it's free advertising for your product. I mean, assuming you think it's good. Which
I don't
me into
care
the next
about
part.
I'm a heretic. I'm saying it. I don't care about the Half-Life franchise. I love Portal.
I like Portal as well, and I didn't even play it until I think it was like the last Xbox Live Gold game, and my niece is like, "Oh, cool robot," and we had a blast playing it. I'm like, "Okay, I can see why this is so popular."
So the only way to really get Portal when it first came out was the orange box. Yep. I've got the orange box. I do not care about the original Half-Life, but I love Portal.
Mm-hmm. So without Half-Life, you wouldn't have Portal. Without Quake 1 and 2, you wouldn't have Half-Life.
Yeah, and you're gonna see people who are like, I don't give a crap about Forgotten Realms.
Yeah.
The D&D setting. I love this world that Matt Mercer came up with. So I will gladly go and buy the D&D core books, which are $150, to buy the 3 books that you need. And then I'll go and buy Matt Mercer's books.
Yeah.
And now Hasbro has made $150 off of me. Gross. But gross seems to be okay for them for counting counting money that matters. So, it's good enough for them. It's good enough for me.
It's like, I don't care about Warhammer 40K, but guess what? When I bought
You're buying Warhammer stuff because you love Space Crusade.
Yeah, I bought that 30-year-old copy of Space Crusade. They didn't get a dime of that resale. But I bought brand new copies of Warhammer Fire Team.
And assuming that they quit fucking with D&D, because this matters to me, if Avalon Hill were to make a new Space Crusade today, again, assuming today is the day after they fix this shit, I'd buy it.
Yeah. Well, that Jordan Sorcery YouTube channel that was shared by a couple people. By the way, shout out to that guy on YouTube, Jordan Sorcery. He's done some pretty cool videos, and I wish I knew where his sources were, because he has information I didn't even know about. Like his Space Crusade video, he talks about Tyranid attack and all that stuff that came later. He even had like sales figures for HeroQuest. I was like, wow. And he's got a cool sweater and a cool beard, so kudos to him. But yeah, like he was talking about, and I had completely forgotten about this. On Ye Olde End, there's a thread about it, how basically they tried to reboot Space Crusade with like sexy bikini girls and and stuff like that, and it failed, and I forget now. There was some...
Oh, that is so unfortunate.
It's so sad, yeah. But but also another thing, and he didn't mention this in the video, but I learned about it recently, and of course other people have known about it for years. So you know how there's that Orc Quest thing that was recently funded?
I didn't know about that until just a couple of days ago when I saw it.
2 Orc Quest games. So these spin-off, spoof, like HeroQuest.
I love it.
Yeah, but there was also a dungeon crawling Space Crusade game called what's it called? I'm gonna get it wrong now. It's not Starfinder. It's I'm gonna find it again. It's like I want to say
Starfinder is Paizo's answer to Spelljammer.
Is it called It's not Star Voyager. Dang it, I'm not gonna remember what it was. But it was a dungeon crawling sci-fi HeroQuest type game. So it wasn't quite Space Crusade.
Is it a parody or is it serious?
It's a serious game. And it uses the same dungeon decor, like starship scenery that I was using in my Space Crusade streams. It actually comes with the Terrain Crate starship scenery. What is that called? I'm gonna find it.
Please do. And make sure that you remember to put the links to this stuff in the YouTube video when it gets posted. Because, I mean, people, I watch a number of things on YouTube that started out on Twitch. Yeah. I'm like months behind watching Legend of Zelda randomizer tournament stuff. But you often hear people talk about, I posted a link to it in the Twitch chat. And I'm like, okay, it's 6 months later, and I'm not on Twitch.
Yeah, when we put this on YouTube and it's no longer live, we will track down some of these links and put them in the description and notes.
So we're halfway through the termination section.
I don't mind that we're going over time if you don't. So
I don't mind. So we did modification, and you need to follow them on social media because they can update this via social media, and you're responsible for following their social media. I will not go back to Twitter, to Facebook.
That was bad.
I don't use Mastodon.social. No, I don't know who's using Mastodon.social. They're not accepting new people. But I won't get on Mastodon, other servers. I don't use these things anymore, and I'm not going to start. So, my blood pressure is much better because
a lot of social media is highly toxic. I mean, I'm using that term in all senses that are appropriate.
Yes. I follow Louis Rossmann because I'm into right to repair. Shocking. The Linux guy who's making a big deal about this license and something being taken away from open source is also a nerd into right to repair. Shocking. Louis Rossmann has commented that Twitter, and I can say it generalizes to other social media, makes you into a shittier version of yourself.
Yeah, it's all social media. It's not like, there's a good social media and there's a bad social media. It's all bad. I
found that the closest there is to
even YouTube
social media that is useful, and I mean, I'm even more and more, I'm using NewPipe to watch YouTube.
Yeah.
Because I don't.
You've got to be a discerning customer because they are trying to manipulate you. They're trying to collect your data. They're trying to influence you.
Yep.
They're trying to scam you.
I mean,
let's be real.
Facebook literally got caught trying to change the way people think about things.
Yeah, let's do a depression study to see how people react to only seeing bad news.
Let's see if we can make people depressed. We can make people angry. They're also asking themselves, can we make people vote differently? Can we make people...
Yeah.
Marketing is all about, can we make people buy products they don't want?
Yeah. Well, and a lot of people are aware of it when the other side does it. When their political opponents do it, that's bad. But it's like, but how the tables get turned.
I'm a left-wing person, so Cambridge Analytica did this trying to help Donald Trump. Or were they helping Donald? I don't even remember.
Either they were or they weren't.
If some other company is doing it on the other side...
If they can do it for the guy that you like, they can do it for the guy you don't like.
And I don't want them doing it for the guy I like. Not that I like any of the guys that
they're
I'm voting...
It's cheating.
My vote is they all suck at this point.
Well, and then not to get political again, but it's like, let's bypass democracy. I know, I'll just put all my rights and future and everything in the hands of a couple of corporations that are not accountable to me. That sounds like a good idea.
By the way, I have a suggestion for you. It's not a very expensive thing. You're not really into D&D, so you don't have anything tied. There's a book, it's like Swedish death metal inspired, called Morkborg. And I'm actually suggest this thing is like, you loot the body, and as you dig through the pockets, you pull out slimy worms, and it goes totally over the top with like Swedish death metal. I mean, it's really over the top. But they just, I just saw a review from Questing Beast. Ben did a review of Cyborg, which is their dystopian future version of it. Where we give all of the power to large companies who don't technically actually run the government, but know everything about everybody, collect all the data. The companies are literally spying on you, and if you say something, bad about the company, there will be consequences. So, the dystopian future that we definitely don't live in yet.
We live in it. Yeah. Well, yeah. And it's like, okay, this is something that's never going to go away. There's always going to be people that want to cheat, they want to take advantage.
Yeah, there always has
been.
Their
power.
That's not new.
Yeah. So we're not naive in that sense. But yeah, it's like when it just slaps you in the face, it's like, wow. Okay.
Just because this has always existed and it will always exist doesn't mean you have to shut up and take it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, well, I'll just... There are small things you can do. In this case...
In the 1930s, if you were supporting unions, your company would probably send somebody to your house in the middle of the night to bust down the door and hurt you. That doesn't mean that fighting for your right to organize was something you shouldn't have done. And I probably just offended everybody right of center by saying that, but
yeah,
I'm sorry. There was a point where that was necessary.
I don't necessarily agree with this guy or anything. He just kind of showed up on my stream.
If I'm here long enough, I will piss off everybody right of center and everybody left of center.
One of the reasons I brought you on is I knew you wouldn't hold back. So
yeah, well,
we don't have to agree.
So, termination. We may terminate this agreement if you use any of our intellectual property or violate any laws or at our sole discretion that you have violated these sections. We don't, I mean, basically it's saying we can terminate this agreement. And I mean, there's going to be an explanation here that says, in the commentary, we want to make sure that this is, as Shadzar would say, properly woke. It's not about that.
And here's the thing. He and I disagree about some things, but the fact, this next section is common. They're saying, if you attempt to use the OGL as a basis to release blatantly racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic, bigoted, or otherwise discriminatory content, or do anything we think triggers these provisions, your content is no longer likely. Okay, that to me is a huge red flag because, okay, yeah, I don't like racism, sexism, etc., but who gets to define what those things are?
And that's the thing. Or do anything we think.
We think.
And the thing about that's bad is, let's say you put out a game tomorrow using the 6th edition SRD, which will be licensed under something, possibly this. It'll be licensed under whatever is new. So you don't even have the option of the old license. You use it, and you did not include the provision for people who are transgender, let's say. So you violated the tenets of the woke police.
You weren't inclusive enough. See, I wasn't even thinking along this time. I was thinking...
Hasbro can say your license is revoked.
Yeah.
However, if you did include that stuff, transgenderism is allowed in your game. Hasbro could determine your license is revoked.
That's offensive because you didn't do it
right. It's offensive.
Well, yeah.
It's offensive. They could decide it's offensive that you did it all. And the point is,
their personal politics could change
for whatever
tomorrow.
reason they defined it, whatever reason they decided, they don't have to tell you what it was.
Right. If you and I are old
They don't
enough,
have to tell you why they have decided your license is revoked. They can simply say, you have done something offensive. What?
Yeah.
We don't have to tell you that.
And both of us are old enough that we remember stuff that was considered offensive, like in the 90s, is not necessarily offensive today, and vice versa.
Yes.
And in the
both.
2010s, and so that's going to change. So you make your game, you put it out. After a few years, you know what? That was problematic. That was bigoted. That was offensive. And
but
sometimes
you're still
it's
assuming good faith. You're still assuming that,
sometimes
they're
up
going to apply today's moral standard.
Oh, yeah.
I'm telling you,
because I get it.
This text does not require that they apply any moral
Hasbro
standard.
makes a game called Axis and Allies, which, am I wrong about this, that you can play as the Nazis in that game?
The game is called Axis and Allies, and it's set in World War II, and the factions are the Axis and the Allies.
Okay. But some people would look at that and say the very fact that you have the Nazis in your game...
They're assholes. Because I can call them assholes.
Right. So I'm just thinking, this is so broad, and people have such different definitions of these words.
Wait, no, excuse me. If you're playing Axis and Allies and somebody's offended that you have the ability to play as the Axis powers in a game called Axis and Allies, they are fucking idiots.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, when I play HeroQuest, I usually play as Zargon. Zargon is an evil guy who murders people and steals stuff and enslaves
that means
people.
You're a murderous, evil sorcerer.
And I consider myself I'm not a perfect person, but I mean I don't believe in murdering people and stealing stuff. I'm just playing a character in a game.
Yeah.
I know it's not real. World War II is real, but you're playing a World War II game. But yeah, if you start to apply this logic to other things, it's gonna explode. Yeah. It's like someone playing an actor who plays a bad guy in a show, and then people hate him because he played it too well or something. That wouldn't make sense, right? But there's people out there on the internet right now who will say something where it sounds like that's what they think.
So
if those people
when you challenge them on that, they'll insist that is in fact what they mean. I've encountered them.
My personal wish for those people would be please, can you just walk away from it? If you can't handle it, walk away. But I can handle it. I can separate the fiction from reality. I know Axis and Allies is not actually World War II. It's just a game.
So
yeah, but if the people that are enforcing this think that way, we're in big trouble.
But the thing is, they don't have to think anything. They can just simply decide tomorrow. Somewhere in here, there's a comment that says, "Hey, we're not gonna, take away your license just because you're making a game called,
something offensive.
Lanceloft or Dragon Realms."
Star Crusade.
It says in that we're not gonna cancel your license just because of that. They can. Are we supposed to take their word for it that they won't change their mind? Remember, these licenses say, we haven't actually talked about it, these licenses say that they can change these licenses at any time with 30 days notice. And it's not like this company has ever done anything where 23 years after they made a promise to never do something, they went and did the thing that they promised they wouldn't do. It's not like oh wait, they did, didn't they?
I just want to interject just one little opinion as an olive branch to people who are maybe disagreeing with what we're saying right now. Let's say you are a quote-unquote woke person. Let's say you are a hardcore leftist and you're like, what's wrong with them doing this?
I don't care.
That's virtuous. That's a good thing that they're... Imagine, if you will, that the most right-wing, whatever, people took over the company, and now they interpret the things in a different way. Now all of a sudden, are you feeling as good about it? Because now they're interpreting these things in a very different way than you would have. So I think that once you get that idea into your head, it's like, okay, this can flip on a dime. And again, they don't have to tell you why.
I'm not looking at this through a political lens because I don't care about the politics.
But I think rightly, we do have people on all political spectrums have a problem with this, and this could be another reason why.
Oh yeah, and that's part of it.
It's all arbitrary on the part of.
It is completely arbitrary. That's why people are pissed, because they're realizing they can. And in fact, elsewhere in here, we're not there yet. But if I don't start jumping around at least a little bit, we're not gonna get this done.
Yeah, and I don't care about anybody's politics. I'm just saying, like,
in here, there's stuff where it talks about how anything you release under this license, which means if you make your Dragon Realms game, they can take it, they can print it, they can sell it, they can license it to other people, they can make TV shows about it, they can do anything that they want with it forever, permanently, and after they have taken it, they can cancel your right to ever publish your own thing because it uses their thing and you're no longer licensed to do that. After they have taken your thing as their property in all but fact. I mean, in reality, it is theirs. Technically, you still own it, but they can do whatever they want with it to the point that you've effectively given them the same rights as ownership.
I know that this is going to go forever, and this is why my streams are so long, but so if I make Offensive Quest, TM, and they terminate my agreement because they decide it's bigoted, does that mean that they can just now turn around and sell it because they own it? Or did I just blow myself up?
If they took it before they canceled your license, yes. But they have to actually decide to take it first. Because once they cancel your license, they're no longer entitled to take it.
Oh, I mean,
but if they took it before they canceled it, so what they do is they take your Offensive Quest, they announce that they're going to be publishing your Offensive Quest, and then they tell you you're offensive in their opinion, and they've canceled your license. And it's like, well, the court of public opinion would be against them if they did that. Well, the court of public opinion is already against them on this whole damn license. And they haven't really changed course, have they? Well, and until it really started to hit them in the wallet, I'm now convinced they had no intention of changing course. Now they're scrambling, I'm sure, to see what they can keep of their plans.
I just want to.
There is a rumor that this is all canceled. Okay, this has been dropped, but it's just a rumor.
Sorry, I want to insert just one little thing here. The game I was trying to think of is called Star Saga.
Okay.
That's the Space Crusade inspired indie game. But anyway, we can talk about that on a later stream.
Sure.
Back to you.
So, by the way, after they terminate your license, you can't distribute any sales or distribution of your licensed works. It's funny that this is in the non-commercial one because you aren't allowed to sell it under this license, but the text is still here that you have to, this is a draft. But you also agree that upon termination, you will stop publishing it. However, you are still on the hook to pay them money. You still owe them any royalties that you owed them before anything. So not only can they take your Offensive Quest, publish it, sell it, make a TV show out of it, make a huge grossing movie out of it, then decide that you're offensive and cancel your license. If you were selling it before that, you still have to continue to pay them. Yeah. Now you have some idea why people are pissed.
We would be giving them quite a free range to basically screw us over 6 ways from Sunday.
And then, of course, the next thing, this is surprisingly fairly normal. Indemnity. You are agreeing that if there's any lawsuit, you are responsible for it if they get sued because of something you did. So, if you publish Offensive Quest, they take Offensive Quest from you and start selling it. And then they get in trouble because you ripped off Offensive Quest. And they get sued. You have to pay for their legal defense.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Shockingly, though, this is fairly normal for this kind of corporate thing. It's only so offensive because this idea that they can literally take your thing and own it. And then down here, it even says, sometimes great minds think alike. We won't cancel your license if it's similar to ours. However, you're agreeing that nothing keeps us from distributing something that's similar to your work. Of course, they've already said that, they can actually take your work. Oh, you own the new and original content you create. You agree to give us a non-exclusive perpetual blah, 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 blah license to use the stuff that you own for any purpose. So you own it, but we kind of have the same rights as ownership, don't we? Remember, if we get in trouble doing that, you get to pay for it.
So it's a privilege, not a right.
Yeah. For clarity, nothing here impacts your agreement that our licensed content and our unlicensed content, blah, 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 blah. So you give us all but actual ownership of your product. We literally have the rights of ownership to your product. You don't have any similar rights to our stuff. Just so we're clear on that. We own your stuff. You don't own any of ours.
This is a very good deal. I don't like this.
Corporations will never offer you a good deal if they can offer you a bad one.
Well, now that we know, I'm glad they're sweating about this.
Yeah.
I think this is something they should sweat about. And it doesn't matter if every company has done this. Behind closed
Limitation, I'm skipping the warranties. They're warranting nothing. That's normal. We have no liability to you for any type of damages. And any, if you're accepting this license, literally anything related to D&D, you aren't entitled to any lawsuit. It doesn't matter what they do. It doesn't matter if they take your thing and then
not talking
you can't
about getting
sue
a
them.
paper cut because I opened up the book. They're talking about damages.
They're talking about if they take your Offensive Quest and start selling it, and then cancel your right to make it, and then basically act like it's theirs because it is.
And I try to sue.
And you try to sue, you're not entitled to sue.
Leave no recourse.
And yeah. And of course, this agreement replaces all other agreements. It's the only agreement that matters. If you ever agreed to, this agreement, any other agreement that we previously had with you, like the 1.0 license on 5th edition, is void. Oh, and again, as bad as these terms are, we can change them. They'll provide notice, probably on their Twitter, and you can either agree to the new terms or you can stop using our stuff because we changed the rules.
Well, and let me repeat again what we were saying earlier and what you clarified is that this is not in force right now. This is just what we think they were planning to.
Well, at this point, we don't think this is what they're planning. Multiple sources have confirmed this document was sent to them by Wizards of the Coast. So,
this was a draft, or this was?
This was a draft, but it was sent to people as, here's what we want you to negotiate with us. So,
we're trying to show you how bad it was.
And like
Facts about it.
Elsewhere in here, when we get to the commercial stuff, which we're going to go through real quick, because this non-commercial stuff has most of the bad stuff in it, and we've already talked a bit about the money, which is the big...
And if this were me, I'd be most interested in the non-commercial stuff, because
yeah,
I'm not making $750,000 or whatever.
So they can update the license. You will take it or leave it, and if you leave it, you don't get the old license anymore. They keep all of their rights. If they... Remember I said before that if you don't enforce a copyright, you don't have to. You don't lose your copyright. The thing is about copyright, if you don't enforce a copyright, and there's a time period, I think it's about 20 years, if you knew that somebody was violating your copyright, so Hasbro knows that Ye Olde Inn exists. Most of that content that infringes their rights dates from the 90s. It's been more than 20 years. Generally speaking, they've lost their ability to seek damages to that stuff. This thing here, where they don't waive their rights, says if you agree to this license, they can decide 25 years from now to go after you for something that happened 25 years ago.
Wow. That should concern all of us.
That should concern... I mean, you can say, well, I'm not going to break the license, and that's good. You shouldn't break a license. Right. But again, they also can... One of the things that this license does is argue that they can retroactively change it. So if they argue that they can do that before, what's going to make you think that they're not going to try to do that again ever?
Yeah, they need some money. Time to start suing all that backlog of lawsuits.
Assignment. We aren't allowing you to give the rights we give to you to somebody else. So I have rights under this license, presumably, if I accepted it. If you lost your rights to publish Offensive Quest, I can't assign my right to publish something to you so that you can publish again. That's fairly normal. Severability. If any part of this agreement is not legal, the rest of the agreement still exists. That's normal. Governing law. The law that applies is, the law where they live, where presumably they have the best chance of winning. The jurisdiction, same thing. Class action waiver. You can't join a lawsuit against them. Even if it's not one you filed, you can't join that lawsuit. You agree that should there be any way that you could actually sue them, again, assuming that provision was found to not be enforceable legally, the thing where you give up your right to sue, if a court ever decides, no, that's not legal, or a local law where you live says, no, that's not legal, or whatever, waiver of jury trial. We and you each waive any right to jury trial in any dispute. It will be decided by the judge. There won't be a box full of people that we have to convince. We only have to snow the judge. And of course, you're agreeing that you had your lawyer look at this, which if you didn't, it's up to you. Basically, you're agreeing that you had your full chance to properly have this explained to you. And if you didn't, that's on you. That's it. That's the non-commercial one. People are saying, the non-commercial license doesn't affect you. If you're not selling it, this won't hurt you. I'd say this pretty fucking does hurt you.
Yeah.
If you are not selling it.
And everybody who's listening, this is pretty dry stuff. You think about it, we've just been reading this document, and I've been reacting to a lot of stuff iKarith's been saying, but it really is a big deal. Not just for the world of D&D, but it has repercussions throughout the gaming world, and it does expose some of the crappy things that companies are doing to increase their profits. Nothing wrong with making a profit, but there's some really scummy stuff going on.
Before we go on, because I do want to hit on the commercial stuff real quick. We've talked about most of it, but I will. You said this is what companies do. Cobalt Press, which is one of the biggest companies that makes stuff for D&D that isn't D&D.
Yeah.
They've said, we're coming out with our own system. It will be licensed under a properly open source license. So
not all companies.
Not all companies behave this way.
Some very
it's the usual. It is the default, but I mean, when I took international relations at university, we talked about Hobbesian theory, might makes right, and my very politically opinionated poli-sci professor, and of course this was a university. This was the University of Oregon in, Eugene, Oregon.
Say no more.
You can imagine what his politics were.
You can imagine, yes.
Because he wasn't in the economics department where the two who have the opposite political view exist. So there were however many faculty there were, and there were two in the economics department who had the opposite political view to what this guy had. So this guy said, here it is, Melian dialogues, very might makes right sort of thinking, and this explains 70% of what international bodies, countries basically, do with each other. Might makes right explains 70% of what they do.
70%.
The other 30% is where things get interesting. So, you support these theories where, countries decide to do things that are maybe not in their strict best interest based on what makes sense for advancing their own country. Because sometimes people decide, it doesn't matter if this is the thing that advances my country's GDP or gives us the most power or gives us the most control over the world. We're going to do it this way instead because it's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
That's not the default.
In the grim dark present, not the grim dark future, there is more than just war. There are people who react to crappy behavior.
There are
sometimes do the right thing or try to do the right thing.
There are a lot of countries that had dealings with Russia that decided that based on Russia starting a war in Ukraine, they were not going to do business with Russia anymore.
We went there, but go on, yeah.
That is, might makes right suggests that's not how you operate. Nobody's going to stop you from doing business with Russia. It benefits you to do business with Russia, so you do.
Oh,
that's
I was going to say
might makes right.
Yeah, would be another example. But yeah,
but
definitely.
A lot of countries stopped dealing with Russia because might makes right didn't seem appropriate in this case.
Yeah.
Now, most of those countries that don't deal with Russia do deal with China. China's also done some sketchy stuff.
Right.
But for some reason, in the case of China, might makes right, but in the case of Russia, it doesn't.
So you can't always predict what they're going to do.
No, but you can assume that might makes right is the default.
Yeah.
So when it comes to companies, make the most money possible is the default.
Yeah.
But Cobalt Press announced we're making our own game with blackjack and hookers. And it's going to be under an open license.
At this point, at least on this issue, it sounds like they're the good guys.
They're not the only ones. Paizo announced a couple hours ago, as we said, before their server went down.
Developing story, yeah.
We are releasing. We're going to have a new OGL. We think the OGL 1.0 stands. We think Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast cannot make it go away. There's no take-backsies as far as we're concerned. Our lawyers have convinced us that it's solid. Pathfinder 2 is not something that needs to be under the OGL. It is, but it doesn't need to be. We will be releasing a copy of it under a new license that we are going to work on, and this license will be a proper open source license, and it will not be managed by us. We will create a nonprofit that will manage this thing. It won't be owned by us. It will be properly independent, because such a license as the OGL needs to not be in the hands of somebody who can tweak it to their financial benefit.
Yeah, Paizo.com is still down. It's got a 503 error now instead of a
503. Paizo? I gotta tell you guys, you did not announce that you were going to do this before I did. I knew you were going to do it. I trusted you would do something like this. I placed an order at Paizo earlier this week.
Looking at
I trusted that you guys would do it, and you did. Thank you. So I will probably not. I didn't get into 5e.
You know, maybe this is
I
just
may be getting into
reaction, but I'm tempted to go out and buy a copy of Pathfinder and Starfinder. Like,
you
right
can
now.
pick up a copy if you want a digital copy. You can get them for $20 each. Mm-hmm. And the fact is,
and actually like support a company that for the moment looks like they're doing the right thing.
The fact is, you don't have to buy it, because Paizo has released SRDs for both Pathfinder and Starfinder. You could download them for free. If you're going out to buy them, you're supporting the company.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
I know.
You can get PDFs for $20 a piece.
I mean, I'm just saying.
You can pick up a Paizo Goblin. The Goblin is awesome.
This is not a sponsored stream, but like when a company makes me this angry, like I'm just tempted to be like, okay, listen, the people that are in your way, that are slowing you down from doing your evil plans, I want to give them money. Like, that's what you're making me do. Yep. So, yeah.
And in fact, the money that I would have spent on Rise of the Dread Moon went to Paizo this week.
Dang. Well,
there's a chance, because
I'm so conflicted, because I like the Avalon Hill guys, I like the HeroQuest stuff, but I've said it before, if they screw up HeroQuest, I'll stop supporting it. I'll tell people to stop
I have to say something else about the Hasbro thing. I said that I said before that, you know, I'm done giving my money to Hasbro.
Yeah.
If Hasbro comes out and at least says we're leaving the OGL 1.0 alone, or this new license, this 1.1 license, will not apply to 5e. The stuff that's already out there, we're not touching it. Or even if they, because that's the thing, they're probably not going to say that. If all they have to do is remove the. All they have to do is modify this language here where they say that the old license is no longer authorized. Because there's another thing about this. The 1.1 license, they don't want 6e to be under the old 1.0 license. But they still want to have the name OGL attached to it. This license is not open. Call it the GSL2, whatever, I don't care. Call it the OGL 1.1 and it's terrible, but they don't want you to be able to take 6e and use it under the old license. And remember, the license, the 1.0 license says you can use it under any authorized version of the license.
If you're wanting to boycott Hasbro, I'm just saying, if you want to boycott Hasbro, here's their brands.
Well, what I'm saying is if they come out and change it so that this 1.1 license says that works released under it may be used under this license or a later one, so it doesn't affect 5e and 3e. That's all they have to do to make me happy. This license is bullshit. I will never use this license.
Yeah.
And I have very little interest in buying any product that is released under this license. If you want to shoot yourself in the foot, Wizards, if you want to shoot yourself in the foot, Hasbro, have at it. But if you decide to actually make it explicit somehow that the old stuff is left alone so that you aren't holding the sword of Damocles over the entire gaming industry. Everything I said about not buying any more anything from Hasbro, you can throw it out the window because I won't hold a grudge against the company.
So
companies don't hold grudges either.
Yeah, that's true. So if they rip this up, this 1.1, and they don't give us 2.0,
they don't even.
If they give us,
they don't even
back,
have to rip it up. I mean, I would love them to rip this thing up.
Yeah, if they do the right thing, I'm with you. I'll forgive and forget. There is
no good reason
if they get away with this,
grudge.
If they get away with this, what's going to stop other companies from doing the same thing?
Oh, nothing will. Even if they decide not to do it.
Yeah.
Other companies will do the same thing.
And I hope they get the same backlash from their fan bases.
Yeah.
Wizards of the Coast and Hasbro are getting right now.
Companies have taken stuff proprietary. That's what, when something is open source and you release a new version of it that is no longer under an open source license, that is taking it proprietary. It's usually a bad idea for the company that does it. If they want to take it proprietary, we will just go and play Pathfinder 3rd Edition. But, you can do that.
Alternative.
And that's not going to, that doesn't create ill will. Trying to do away with the license that exists, the 1.0 license, to make that impossible, that creates the ill will. And I know that they're trying to do it so that somebody can't basically create D&D in all but name, because that happened with Pathfinder. Pathfinder was so popular that D&D 4th edition was number 2. Pathfinder was number 1.
Wow.
They don't want a repeat of that. But by taking it proprietary, that is what will happen. So they're looking for a way to make sure it doesn't. That's why they want to revoke the old license. You can't do it.
Oops. Oh, hold on. I'm sorry.
Is where that ill will comes from.
I'm so sorry. I jumped into the quest talk. I didn't realize it would cut off our conversation. Can you just repeat the last thing you said there?
Yeah. Do I need to go over there?
How about we migrate over there now?
Okay, I will migrate over there.
All right. So if you're in the HeroQuest fans Discord, we're going to Quest Talk. We're going to Quest Talk voice channel. If you want to join us, I know it's late, but we certainly can take calls too. All right. Can you hear me?
I can.
All right. I'm pretty sure we can be heard on the stream still. Should be anyway.
You don't get this. You don't get this. Yeah, so that's the thing is, if they take it proprietary, companies have done that before. It's a bad idea. It will hurt them. But the sword of Damocles hanging over everybody else is the problem. People are using 3rd edition and 5th edition. They have been using it for years. You gave that version away. You can't take it back. And it matters not necessarily because, we have the right to take your thing. That's not it. It's people have made stuff and put that license in it that they didn't have to. They weren't required to by law. Or there are games that have nothing to do with D&D at all that have that license in it. Are they now suddenly under the 1.1 license and they owe you royalties? I mean, Hasbro would love that, but they're definitely not entitled to it. People put that license in there because, they didn't necessarily talk to their lawyer about it, and
iKarith, if you had to make a prediction, do you think this is going to go to court, or do you think they're just going to walk it back?
I think what they will do, and this is entirely speculation because I'm not them, and I don't. What they will do is they will probably realize they probably are fully well aware that they can't revoke the 1.0 license. They've got to be aware of that. What they will do is they will quietly alter the language just enough to make it clear that they want to be able to revoke this license if they need to in future. And that, you will have to continue to update, because the 1.0 license doesn't have that language, this one does. They will update it so this license still does, but leave it kind of ambiguous and explain away in comments that this doesn't, like they have so many other things in here, they'll try to sell you on the idea that this license doesn't take away the 1.0, but they won't actually say, we won't try to take away the 1.0. They'll leave it if they think they can get away with it. They will leave it so you still think maybe they might, and if you want to be safe, you need to go with 1.1. If they can, even if the lawyers are telling them you can't touch the 1.0 license, it's out there, that ship has sailed. If they can leave the language such that you might think that they can, you will say, I can't leave it that way. I can't trust it. I need to. Because you're not going to pay a lawyer, and even if you did pay a lawyer, your lawyer is going to tell you if they want to sue you, they can afford it. They probably won't win, but can you afford the fight? Because it can get really complicated, and complicated when you're talking about lawyers and courts means expensive.
Yeah, drain your bank.
So how much justice can you afford?
Yeah.
So if Hasbro can get away with that, they will do it. If we send them a loud enough message, and that's why it's so important to say, yes, I'm not buying any more HeroQuest while this is still out there and hanging over us. Yeah, I'm done buying Hasbro stuff while this is there, because if they just kind of half-ass the walking it back so it's still there and people aren't sure, it's the same effect as if they left it there.
Oh man.
Nothing short of actually saying, again, reaffirming, we can't revoke the 1.0 license, and we are not going to try.
Okay, so maybe it's the caffeine talking, but right now I was undecided, but I've made a decision. So
okay,
I'm okay with, I'm not going to buy Rise of the Dread Moon unless they get this sorted out. I made a similar vow publicly, which I thought, oh man, this is so rash. I said I'm not going to pre-order anything after the Guardian Knights debacle, even though I did get 3 copies and they all arrived. I said,
you
okay,
got 3 copies of the Guardian Knights? Cool.
Yep. But I said after that, because I was pissed on behalf of people that got screwed over that didn't get it because of the limited edition and the scalping and all that. I said, I'm not going to pre-order stuff anymore. I'm just going to order it when it comes to retail. And it kind of hurt because it's like I saw people getting stuff and I was like, oh man, I want it. It's like, I'm just going to...
Yeah, if you didn't pre-order Mage of the Mirror, you're not getting it until probably the end of next month.
Well, I did not pre-order it, and I got it early because Amazon happened to be shipping. But I had no proof of that. I just assumed I wasn't going to get it until the 19th. But
I don't have mine yet.
As much as I would like Rise of the Dread Moon, even though I know nothing about it, it might be a load of crap for all I know. I mean, I assume it'll probably be decent, but... I assume
it's going to be awesome because, I mean, I know the people who are working on it.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I mean, I should clarify. I know who the people are.
I know
they're good
capable.
People. I've seen what they can do on other things.
Yeah, they're capable.
I know people at Wizards. The only person I even kind of know at Avalon Hill is, I've talked to Chris a few times.
Yeah, same here. Well, and the thing is, like, I will turn down a good product made by decent people to send a more important message to the company that employs them.
Yeah.
So even though it will like diminish some of my fun, because I want it now and fear of missing out and all that crap.
Yeah, I want the adventure created by this team.
Yeah, I'm not such a fanboy that I can't make a very tiny sacrifice in solidarity with the D&D people that are getting screwed over by this new crap. So if anybody sees me talking out of turn, please hold me to it, because I'm saying right now, I'll stop buying the new HeroQuest stuff to help you guys out if they don't get their act together with D&D. And I don't know, I might end up like Shadzar, just complaining every day about it until something happens. I mean, and I don't mean to dish on Shadzar. I'm just saying, like, some of this stuff.
He's got a reputation for being very negative. He's got reasons.
Good reasons.
They might even sometimes be good reasons.
Yep. He was right.
And maybe not about, not about. I don't think. I've said before, I'm no longer seeing people getting constantly canceled and their lives destroyed over wokeness, outside of a couple of very narrow. If you're in politics, you deal with it.
Yeah, there was a bit of a moral panic over us.
There was.
Yeah. And that
not quite the
satanic
panic.
Yeah, but I mean, like, people make a big deal about that too, and it's like, yeah, I mean, we get through periods of time like that, and that doesn't mean that there's not real problems in the world. It's just the way people react to it and the way people handle it often leaves something to be desired. Like, people aren't thinking rationally about it.
There was a period
this could happen to me, you know.
There was a period where a bunch of people decided, there are people in society who are being excluded from a lot of stuff, and that's not okay. They decided to do something about that.
Yeah.
They had good intentions. Mm-hmm. They say about the road to hell, but, they had good intentions. And some people who were not those people decided to take advantage of their goodwill and good intentions. And they did bad things under the assumption that they could spread, nobody would say something that wasn't true about something like this.
The ends justify.
They would, and they did.
Or the good lie or something like.
Yeah.
Like, I'll accomplish this good end, and I'll tell this.
How many times did we hear something a few years ago where somebody posted a receipt on social media where somebody had written something nasty to them? Mm-hmm. I never heard of one of those incidents, and there were 5 or 6 that I recall, where it turned out that it wasn't fake.
Yeah. Well, and with those, you saw the reaction immediate was like, oh, that's horrible that someone would do that to you. Like, I support you, and it was like, it made the person feel good, because it's like, oh, I was this victim, and now everyone's coming to my side to help me out. And it's
Ego boo.
It everybody had this experience, but then at the end you're like, wait a minute, so it didn't really happen? So I just got played. What?
Yeah.
And then that hurts your cause,
to the
because
point
then it's like, oh, now I just won't believe anybody.
And literally that's the case when it comes
Boy Who Cried Wolf. So
receipt
that was really bad.
Something nasty written on it. I don't care who it is. It turns out that all of those happen to fit a similar vein, and somebody might want to point out a certain political representation or whatever.
Well, and I know what you're
It doesn't matter, because I saw one of them that it was the other side.
Yeah. Well, I was just
going to say... And I didn't believe it, because all the others were fake, and this one that was on the other side was also fake.
Well,
so,
I remember, because I remember first they were saying like, oh, somebody was against the war in Iraq, so they refused to serve a veteran at a restaurant. It's like, what? How could they do that to, our men in uniform? And then the other one, it's like, oh, they left a racist note on it. It's like, oh, how could they do that to, our fellow human being? And yeah, it's the same kind of like knee-jerk emotional, like you hear that and you're instantly angry at the person who would dare do such a mean thing.
But then again, you know, you know where I live.
Yeah.
I happen to know that a restaurant here in town did refuse to serve police officers who were off duty, you know, on lunch breaks, basically, because they were in uniform and they were wearing their police uniform, and they decided no. A cab.
So I'm mad at the
You're
police.
not welcome here.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so I guess what we're saying, we were talking before about like the fake stuff, but sometimes
the receipt
it really
thing, I will never believe one of those receipts, because everyone I've seen, every single one, including the one that was the other party than the people that everybody who doesn't believe them because they're always, I mean, it comes right down to it. It was always somebody who was not straight.
Yeah.
Somebody who was LGBTQ, whatever.
I think, iKarith,
but there was one that was the opposite, one that was somebody who was right wing, and it was still fake.
Yeah.
Every one of those I've seen has been fake.
I feel like the general tendency, I mean, yes, when people like give these stories, these trauma stories, they pick the audience they think is going to be sympathetic.
Sure.
But I feel like the general human tendency is when somebody tells you this bad thing happened to me, unless you already hate that person, you're probably inclined to feel sympathy for them, and you're inclined to believe them. Just before you know anything else, you're going to say, "Oh, how horrible! I can't believe that happened to you." Regardless of any facts. So
and then you find out they voted wrong, and then you're like, "You deserved it."
Oh, I hate that. And I wish. So I just want to say this on Ye Olde N. There's like a couple of people that have been very explicit about their politics, and I like totally disagree with them. But like, I don't feel any anger towards those people at all. Like, it doesn't bother me. Like, I just think, you know what? We like the same game. We can play the game together. I'm not going to debate them in politics. I'm not going to debate them in religion.
And
I'm not
that's why
philosophy or economics. So
that's why you find me
we can agree to disagree.
Discord, but not on, you know, Twitter or Facebook, because people were not meant to have a two-way conversation between them and 1 million of their closest friends.
Yeah. Like, imagine if you had to spend all your time fighting everyone on Earth you disagreed with.
And we're not really meant, maybe someday we will evolve to be, but right now we have not been evolved to have everything in our lives shared with everyone we know.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Like,
because
you're going to know everything about another person. It's like, okay, well,
I don't care who you voted for.
Yeah.
I don't care who you slept with. My fiance and I used to watch a show called Leverage.
Okay.
The first episode of this show, or maybe the second, there was somebody who was
thanks, Polsky,
in the office that was, you know, in the FBI office, who was not straight. And the con guy, I can't even think of his name now, it's been so long.
Hey, I just want to interject something. I'm really sorry that we had to get into politics on this Rantcast, because I've made a big deal about not getting into it.
Or what? Yes, it was white collar, not leverage. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
My fiance just interjected. It was white collar.
Okay. But it was kind of the elephant in the room. The reason why we got into this is because it is directly related to this license thing, and the recent controversies and divisiveness that we've had.
Because there had been controversies in the D&D world where people basically, as Shadzar would say it, and it's true, they pissed off the woke police.
Right.
And they were banned from things.
And listen, if you're somebody that believes in your heart of hearts that the woke stuff is good and it's true and it's beautiful, more power to you. But I
happen to know somebody who did not do anything wrong, but somebody cried wolf, and that person was still treated as if they had, you know, jumped up on the table kicked over the DM screen and started talking about their love for the German guy with the shitty mustache.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is, I mean, Charlie Chaplin had that mustache.
He did.
Yeah,
he did.
Oliver Hardy and a lot of other, but everybody remembers the bad German
guy. The bad guy with the mustache.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is, like, I mean, it's again, it's back to the game, but so remember we were talking about the false flagging with the copyright, trolls. It's like the crying wolf thing. It's like you don't help your cause by doing these like false things. And if let's say I'm a person that's already against you, yeah.
What I was saying about the episode of White Collar, though, is this person is, not straight, and the criminal guy is like, wait a minute, don't you guys have a don't ask, don't tell? And the answer was, no, that's the military. This is the FBI. We don't ask, we don't care. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah. Well.
And I mean, that I would like to hope that is most people's view on it, and it might be. Some people care about it, and I'm sorry they do.
Yeah.
Because
I know
I don't see it's my business.
Yeah, I know that there's people in our HeroQuest fans Discord right now. If you and I just sat in a room and we went down, okay, what are all the things that you believe? Like, we would find points of agreement and we'd find points of disagreement.
Yeah.
And I although I kind of think, I mean, and I'm not saying I'm the greatest at diplomacy or whatever, but the fact that you and I were in a room having this discussion means we could recognize our common humanity. We could agree to disagree and still be friends or colleagues or players.
That is why it's so important.
Yeah, when you're on social media, you can just say, you're an idiot, you're a bigot, I hate you, screw you, go die in a fire. It's like,
that is why it's so important to be in, that there be forums like Ye Olde Inn where we're not there for our political viewpoints. We're there to talk about a fun game.
Yeah, because people have walked away. But it's a very, very small number of people who have walked away from Ye Olde Inn because they were so mad about how things went. Very few. Most of those people that were calling each other names are still there. So whatever, they figured out a way to get past it, to get over it.
Yeah, well, then that's the thing, great. That social media has caused people to stop being able to do that.
Oh, yeah. We can't have a good knockdown, drag-out debate. I always tease Amalgamash about this, and I'm sure he knows I'm just kind of pulling his leg most of the time. Like, he and I will go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It's like, sometimes he'll stump me, sometimes I'll stump him. And it's like, it's almost like a competition, but it's like,
I don't have to fun. Change your viewpoint if you've actually thought about it.
I don't want him to change his mind. But,
I mean, I'd love it if you had my opinion, but that's not realistic. That's not
I'd like you to challenge me, prove me wrong. I'd like you to show me a blind spot that I have so that I can form like a better opinion or something. So.
And it might go the other way. I might be setting out to change your opinion, and you might change mine.
Yeah, so Amalgamash, you and I, at SummerSlam, in a steel cage.
Oh, yeah!
Dig it! All right. Well...
Yeah. So we talked about the commercial stuff. You have to... I mean, that's the only thing we didn't really talk about that's different in the commercial license. We talked about the fact that you have to register, you have to follow them on social media, you have to...
That's just a pain.
Report your sales figures to them. In other words,
over a certain amount.
There's if you register under the commercial license, which you have to do to have it be commercial in any way, and they encourage you to register under the commercial license even if you don't sell, because you're still going to be at the level that you don't pay them anything. But, by being under the commercial license, it better protects you. Of course, you're still obligated to do the things that the commercial license does, that you basically have to tell them what you're going to publish before you publish. You have to report your sales figures or your download figures so that they don't have to do as much market research. And of course, they still can take your stuff and call it their stuff.
It just seems like we're giving them way too much power. It's like, wait a minute, do we get anything out of this?
And of course, again, they can do that with 6th edition if they want. It's the fact that they say that they can go back and start doing it for 3rd edition. Or that you can't pick up 3rd edition anymore, because that's the other thing.
Because people liked 3rd edition better, and that's why Pathfinder was popular, right?
The thing is, there's an argument to be made here that, like, this new license, if you already made your Pathfinder, that ship has sailed. They can't touch that. You publish it under the old license.
They can't.
And even this license seems to sort of suggest, if you already published your thing, it's already published. It's already out there. The thing that it looks like they're trying to say is, if you just found out about this thing today, and you now want to react to it by creating a Pathfinder today, it's too late. The moment this license goes up, they're going to say you no longer have access to anything under the old one.
Oh.
We're revoking that. Well, see, that's the thing.
All
they have to do...
playing games and supplements with printed media and static electronic file formats. It doesn't allow for anything else, including but not limited to things like videos, virtual tabletops, computer games, novels, apps, graphic novels, music, songs, dances, and pantomimes. Sorry.
So you can't make a video where you explain the rules.
I can't do a TikTok interpretive dance about the rules of D&D.
And that's weird, because this is one of those places where they did say that you could do a live play, you could do a Critical Role.
Can I sell a t-shirt that has the rules printed on it or something?
You can't you can't, and this is the other thing. Questing Beast said you don't need to agree to this license, and he's right. You don't need to agree to this license.
Yeah, maybe don't do that.
Or any OGL license to make a D&D compatible game. The Quest Givers release a series of books that are game system agnostic. They're perfectly compatible with 5th edition D&D.
Questing Beast, you've mentioned him a few times. Is this a person on YouTube?
This is a YouTuber.
Just found it.
He is an OSR, old school revival. Basically, OSR is a bunch of people playing a bunch of games that they've kind of made themselves. They feel like D&D did back before the Satanic Panic. The original 0th edition D&D, where dwarf was a job as well as because that's one of the things. D&D generally has a race, which really shouldn't have ever been called race.
Yeah.
It should have been species.
An archaic usage.
Yeah.
Or subspecies, because you can have half dwarves and half orcs.
Originally, you had humans and demi-humans. Oh God, that's a can of worms today. These things aren't proper humans, they're only half human. Dwarf was a half human. Am I saying that people who have this medical condition that causes them to not be tall?
Fantasy dwarves are
exactly.
Yeah.
Well, but in D&D they weren't. They were considered to be demi-humans.
Right.
They're half human. Well,
and I don't think there are any actual elves, but if somehow there happened to be like a
I've seen people who have naturally pointed ears.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And giants, like if you're a really tall person, you're not a demi-human. You're human.
Yeah.
But we're talking about a fantasy game.
But
Where magic
later
exists.
editions of D&D, the AD&D and onward, there are races. Really, they should have called that species.
Yeah, it's a problematic term. Loaded term nowadays.
Yeah, yeah. And there were classes. You can have an elf
Also a loaded term.
who is not the elfiest elf, or a dwarf who is not the dwarfiest dwarf. Although, I gotta say, from what I understand, because somebody who was working on my unsystem thing, I sent you a link to that. Unsystem has.
Do you want me to share that in the chat? Okay.
Sure. Unsystem was my reaction to all this bullshit. It was, you know what? Why don't we make a drop-in replacement for the 5th edition SRD? Literally, you can take the SRD and you can swap it for Unsystem, or you could build something on Unsystem and swap it for 5th edition D&D if you wanted to do that. And it can't be identical. It can't, because there are things in there where some of the dice tables are arbitrary. However, the rest of it is mechanics and rules. The tables literally just save you time from doing math. Can't own that. They're not arbitrary. They are just a thing that was basically a simple calculation pre-calculated for you and put in a table. Can't own that. I can copy it. However, you can't use their words. So I've been asking, I started out by asking, hey, would somebody who has already seen 5th edition, because remember, I haven't seen 5th edition. I have never even opened the cover of the book because I don't have it. And because books don't really do it for me anyway. But because I've never read the 5th edition SRD, I don't need it. I've never bought the books, and I don't have the PDFs. So I'm clean. If you read those things, you can tell me what's in them, and I haven't violated any copyright by reading your description because you didn't use their words. Now, I might not be able to use some things that are arbitrary, but if I see description in your own words of what's in there, I can say, yeah, I can't use that. But the stuff that I can use, when you describe the dwarfiest dwarf, that he has, dwarfish endurance, I can use that. Because that's part of the general lore of dwarves and pretty generic. And so anyway, my idea was to come up with this thing that was completely replaceable. And I said, I'm going to put it under Creative Commons. And I need to update it. We've decided we're going to just use the Creative Commons version that is, you can just use it how you want. You don't have to give anything back. Because we've already said, hey, the game mechanics can't be owned. If you want to tweak the stuff that could be owned, then you get to keep it. Tweak something in a way that can be owned, it's yours.
This is the part where we plug individual stuff. So iKarith, the UN system, system, and it's on gitlab.com/ I'm going to spell Nightbird, KNGHTBRD /UN system.
Now, thing about that, people might wonder about that. When I first got onto IRC, Nightbird was fully spelled out. It was 10 letters long, and the server I was on, you couldn't have a 10-letter nickname. So I used 8 letters. And people thought it was funny because we didn't really talk about it. I'm legally blind. I said books, a moment ago I said books don't really do it for me. I'm legally blind. They give me headaches. I have to use a magnifier. It hurts. So I don't do it very often. Which is why I haven't owned any printed D&D books. since second edition, which, that was the last.
And you've got
that was the last edition of D&D I owned. Yeah, with the books even. I don't have the books. I did because when I was a kid, I just accepted headaches was something I had to live with because I couldn't not be literate. Well, nowadays, I don't have that need to read books, so I don't. There are enough alternatives that when there is something that I can't access because it's available only as a book, I say, well, I don't have access to that thing because so much else I do. So, because I'm clean, I can read a description that Hasbro can't own and rewrite it into my own words. And because it's gone through 2 steps, this is how Compaq cloned the IBM PC. Your computer doesn't have an IBM logo on it, I'm sure. It's new enough that it can stream.
IBM PC compatible.
Yeah.
100%.
There wasn't an IBM PC compatible until, because the IBM PC used all standard parts. All of the electronics were stuff you could buy from companies that were not IBM, except for the BIOS chip. You could buy a blank BIOS chip, but the program on it was written by IBM, and you didn't get that. And Compaq wanted to make their own computer that was better than IBM's. It was portable. Portable in very, very big air quotes.
The laptop, it'll fit on your lap.
No, it wouldn't. It was 25 pounds and it was the size of a large suitcase. No, 40 pounds and the size of a large suitcase.
It'll fit on a giant lap.
Probably not even Andre the Giant's lap. No, this was something you could put on a desk somewhere. It was a luggable, pure luggable. But nothing like that existed yet. And Compaq said, we can make it, but we don't have access to this BIOS. So what you do is you decide you've got 2 teams. You've got a team of people who have never seen IBM's BIOS. And you put them in a room. And you say, your job is to write IBM, your job is to write a BIOS that is identical in function to IBM's without ever seeing IBM's BIOS. You have another team. Your job is to read IBM's BIOS, tear it apart, dig through it, determine exactly what it does, every single entry point, every single behavior. Yes. You guys read it, take it apart, and document it in plain English. And you send it to the guys down the hall. And you use an intermediary who isn't doing either one of these 2 things because your 2 teams can't talk to each other. They can't eat lunch together. They can never be in the same room together. Because if they are, IBM is going to sue the shit out of us. And of course, IBM did sue. But Compaq was ready to prove that they had done everything right. And the BIOS they created was completely free of IBM's property. You could drop it into a computer made the same way IBM's worked, and it would work. And that was the first clone. And since then, IBM makes bank making big computers for companies that want big computers. And they've completely ceded the personal computer market to everybody else. They're not even in there anymore. Wow. They became, Lenovo is what used to be IBM's personal computer division.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking there's fodder in this conversation for many rantcasts to come.
Probably.
The whole IP debate, the whole debate about innovation and what drives innovation, who should own what, and how they should conduct themselves. I don't think that is ever going to go away, and there's always going to be a certain amount of debate and tension with it. But I've really enjoyed this conversation. So
I should bring up something else before we finish. That was from the Linux world.
Yeah.
Back around the time I was getting into Linux, late 90s,
and then we'll do our closing thoughts.
Sure.
Yeah.
Microsoft was very concerned about Linux because I mean it's a free operating system, and why would you pay Microsoft for a expensive, and every year it gets more expensive, Windows operating system when you can just download Linux for free?
I remember those days.
Yeah, well, Microsoft, somebody did an OGL 1.1 on Microsoft's plan for it. It got leaked. They had an idea: embrace, extend, and extinguish. Every standard that Linux needed to be effective, and the whole internet and everything that was building up at that point, there are standards. We will embrace the standards. We love standards. This thing that is so standard, it's great. Oh, we've improved upon the standard. Here's our thing. You should use our thing instead of what is standard because it's our thing is the standard, but better. We added stuff. And you saw this during the browser wars, if you remember that. The Microsoft Internet Explorer had all these features that Netscape didn't. And of course, Netscape played the same game to some extent. They added stuff that Microsoft's Internet Explorer didn't have.
Yeah, the Internet Gaming Zone. It only worked with Microsoft Internet Explorer.
So, embrace, extend, extinguish. People now prefer our extended version to the standard version that everyone else is using. And now we will cut off our support for the standard. So the thing we are using is the standard, and we own it. And we can control it, and nobody else has power over it. We will make sure that Linux never has a chance to be anything anybody will ever want to use, because ours will be the standard, and we will use our patents.
Never trust.
We will use our trademarks.
But this is the Wikipedia page I'm showing right here. Go ahead.
Well, the Wikipedia page, I was there. The Wikipedia page on this is pretty much what happened.
Okay.
So, I understand the argument. Wikipedia is an encyclopedia. Anybody can edit it, and the people who do, you have to trust that the people who edit it had
good sources, interpreted them correctly, reported them accurately in context.
But
blah, blah.
I was there. This is what happened. Yeah. So
I remember.
Microsoft wanted to use the fact that it owned patents to say Linux can't implement that. No, no, no. They wanted to use their trademarks. Even if you can implement it, you can't call it the name that everybody uses. You might remember that Apple, during the early 2000s, late 90s, thereabouts, Apple had support for a thing called FireWire.
I remember that.
PCs only had IEEE 1394,
serial port,
which is FireWire, but you can't call it FireWire.
Oh shoot, yeah.
Sony called it iLink. This was using trademarks to try and own something that is otherwise standard. We will use our copyrights. This is ours and you can't use it. We will use our trademarks. This is ours and you can't use it. And we will use our patents. This is ours and you can't use it. And using these strategies, along with this embrace, extend, and extinguish, and a good amount of fear, uncertainty, and doubt, we will cause people, that's another important term for what Hasbro and Wizards are doing. Fear, uncertainty, and doubt. They said they canceled the 1.0 license. I don't know if I can use it. I think I have to use the 1.1 license, which is why I'm countering that by saying the lawyers for Paizo, at least, are convinced you can use the 1.0 license. However, just because FUD works, they're coming out with their own license, the Orc license. The Goblin Company is coming out with an Orc license. I love it. Looks like open licensing are back on the menu, boys.
The age of man is over. The time of the Orc has come. Or something like that.
Yeah, that exactly.
There was a bot that I just banned whose name was Lurks, so just saying. Or was that Azog? I always get him confused. Anyway. Well, iKarith, I'm really glad to have you on the show because I feel like you had a couple of rant casts in you. You had a couple of rants in you, and I'm really glad we got to...
I've got many rants in me.
This was almost... Well, yeah, this was like a double episode. So... the plan, we're going to do closing thoughts, and then the plan tomorrow, because I do have to get up tomorrow. Tomorrow will be to do Space Crusade, unless nobody wants to play Space Crusade on HeroQuest Fans Twitch, which is my channel. If nobody wants to play that, we'll do some game books, but I would like to do Space Crusade, and then on Saturday evening, the plan is to do HeroQuest.
They're not paying us, but seriously, people are looking for new game books. Paizo and Kobold could use your support.
See, all those game books I have are vintage, but yeah, they're still being made.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say that next Thursday, the RantCastPodcast may have another episode because it is possible, and I'm not going to hold him to this because... things can change, but next week we may be able to do an episode with StrangeBus. So if he's available, I would be happy to do another episode because we have not talked about HeroQuest, we have not talked about Star Wars, which are kind of mainstays of the RantCast podcast. But I had a lot of fun with this. I mean, some of it was kind of dry, but I think
I assume that the rants about Star Wars are things that I don't need to actually rant about because you probably already have.
Well, you know what? The thing is with the Rantcast, you don't have to agree with us.
How to burn down a franchise. By the way, Wizards of the Coast, you don't need somebody to teach you how to burn down a franchise. You seem to be doing a pretty good job of it.
Yeah. But there is a chance. There is a path to redemption. There is a chance for them to win back our dollars.
At least my win back at least my support. I don't know about anybody else.
Well, for some
as people have said,
some of those people are gone. I take it. Some of those people are gone, and some of
them are gone.
They were on their way out for a while, and this may have just been the last straw.
Some of them are gone. You'll never get them back.
But
some of them are leaving, and it's going to be really hard to get them back.
You have a chance to save some of those people. And
you have a chance to save most of them.
Turn that tide.
Yeah.
Because every one of those disgruntled fans has the potential to influence other people, and on and on and on. Because it's a community game. It still is.
The thing is, I said I never bought the 5th edition books. Those books are available as PDFs. I had considered picking them up before the 6th edition replaces them, and I was taking a wait-and-see attitude on 6th edition. I don't think I'm real interested in online play just because I'm not interested in D&D virtual tabletop walled garden.
Well, some of our friends, fellow streamers do that. PSK Studios, he's done virtual D&D. Some of his friends do that.
I mean, if we were playing D&D the way we play HeroQuest and Space Crusade, that sounds like fun.
Yeah.
I'm not
even if they're
interested in doing it that feels more like I'm playing Evercrack.
Oh, like a video game as opposed to moving pieces around.
And maybe, and like Tabletop Simulator is still different than...
Yeah, Tabletop Simulator, you can use the mouse to like grab the dice and throw them on the table.
And it doesn't even have to be, move dice. if it's literally just, if it's got a dice roll that I just click the thing, hey, roll the dice for this, and it tells me the result. I don't need to actually roll the physical dice.
Ribby is here. Ribby, you missed a massive 4-hour just tirade of like hatred and anger and rage.
There wasn't really all that much.
No. It was analytical. I got emotional a couple of times, but I feel like we had a great discussion. And if you listen to this back and you skip around or you play it on quadruple speed, I don't blame you, because some of it is pretty dry. But iKarith, I'll say it again, you've shown me a lot more of this and made me appreciate more the risks and the pitfalls and the reasons why people are so upset. So if you weren't angry before, at the end of this,
there's a couple of people on the Discord who seem to be kind of annoyed that I've been talking about it so much. So
yeah, well, I'll try.
Hopefully,
this is
a couple of them have listened to some of this and they have some idea now why I'm so angry.
Yeah, well, and this is going to be a very long video, so it's going to take a while before it goes on YouTube. I think what am I saying? I keep forgetting that we are not an affiliate, so we can post it right now. Because HeroQuest fans and StrangeBus, those are both like affiliate channels. Well, StrangeBus, we'll talk about that later. But I'm an affiliate, so I have to wait 24 hours to post stuff. But this channel is technically not an affiliate, so we can post it as soon as we're done. Now it's probably going to take all night because it's so long. But yeah. So yeah, we'll put it on YouTube as quickly as we can. And again, I just want to say the opinions expressed here are not necessarily the opinions of everyone else. Blah blah blah.
One person has said that Wizards of the Coast is planning to cancel this.
Yeah,
I've heard that from one person.
See,
it's a rumor.
I hope. We could be wrong about a lot of this stuff, and time will tell what we were right about, what we were wrong about.
Well, we're not wrong about what's in this 1.1.
Yeah, because we've quoted it.
Because multiple people have confirmed.
Yeah.
No, they received this from Wizards of the Coast, and it's bad.
Yeah, and that document, we showed you the document, so that document is not fake. You can find it yourself online. You can double check. And
we're going to make sure that there's links for people.
Misrepresented anything.
Did you find a link to the 1.1?
Oh, no, I should have been looking for that while we were talking. Sorry. Let me just check. Let's see. OGL 1.1 document. You can see there's tons of documents talking about it. Okay.
Yeah, but there's not many
OGL is
PDFs of it.
Available online right now. So where's the link? The memes. The memes are free.
I think I talked about it in the news channel.
Okay, read the OGL 1.1 here. See, a lot of people are taking advantage for clicks, too. So just be aware of that. Okay, I'm just going to post this link. I mean, I don't know how long it'll be up, but this is just one example. So, Ribby, to answer your question, the TheRantCastPodcast is its own Twitch channel, but the videos will be posted on XSC3, home of HeroQuest fans. So Rantcast podcast will be mirrored, replay, VOD, whatever you want to call it, on YouTube, XSC3, home of HeroQuest fans. So we're not creating a separate YouTube channel just for the Rantcast. But again, I mean, I might say something on the Rantcast podcast that I would never say on HeroQuest fans, just because we try to keep anything that is even close to political or like industry stuff or like other games. We try to keep that.
And we got into politics on this one a bit.
Yeah, we did. And see, that's the thing. I don't want to alienate anybody. I mean, I may disagree with you, but listen, it doesn't bother me at the game table.
Well, that's because you're an asshole.
I am. Yeah, I'm an asshole and I'm wrong.
I'm also an asshole.
Yes, he is, and he's also wrong, and you can believe that to your dying day. Great. But if we're going to play the game, we're going to play the game. I'm just saying. It's kind of like the Zargon thing. Like, when I play a Zargon, I'm in control. But when you're Zargon, you're in control. Yep. It may not look like it sometimes. I've gotten teased about it. Yeah, and the thing is, like, when you come to the Rantcast, you know that we're going to use some rough language, but we're just trying to convey what we think is important because we are passionate about these topics. We're trying to convey the emotions.
You probably should consider putting it on a separate YouTube channel at some point, just because it's so different than what you put on the...
It's so different, yeah.
Yeah.
You're probably right about that. It's just a hassle to start a brand new one.
It is. It is.
But I suppose... Oh, maybe you can do that now. No John Cena.
You can.
Yeah. Well, Ribby, I think the anger, the rage, and the passion keeps us awake, whereas the John Cena sound effect is more like I'm starting to drift off into dreamland in the middle of a game, and you guys need to wake me up. So, his name is John Cena. Yep. But yeah. Okay. Well. So any closing thoughts, iKarith, on the whole D&D situation?
Cynthia Williams is an idiot. A fucking idiot, because I can say that here.
Can't be sued for calling somebody that. Yeah. Okay. Well, and I feel for the D&D community, so I hope you guys get the best.
And I feel for the people at Wizards of the Coast
who are just doing their jobs,
and at Avalon Hill and at Hasbro and any other company they own, who are just like, man, this isn't something that we should be, like, you shouldn't be doing something this tone deaf. Mm-hmm. And like, even if there are people, like I said, I have no idea if Chris is like, I don't see where the problem is. Hopefully I've explained it. I doubt he's got time to listen to 4 hours of me.
We don't know his opinion on this stuff, and
nope.
We're not asking for it.
I'm not asking.
Yeah.
Because he couldn't tell us if he thinks we're totally off base.
Yeah.
And he couldn't tell us if he thought that his bosses are morons. Mm-hmm. He really can't tell us that.
No. So we're not going to put words into his mouth
nope.
or anybody else. But yeah, I know that the impression I get for a lot of these guys is they got into the industry because they love games.
Yeah.
And they're fans just like we are. And some of them have more influence than others, and some of them, they just have to punch a clock and they have to follow orders. And that's all there is to it, unless they want to quit. So there's that. Yeah.
And that's the thing. This has the potential to really hurt the D&D property. I got 3 friends at Wizards of the Coast, like I said, who are probably going to be out of a job if they don't start backpedaling on this, because this is so harmful to the entire industry that it is going to, and they might have trouble finding new work, because like, you were at Hasbro. Hasbro has cost us damn near the company. Why should I hire you again?
I hope that they wouldn't blame that on like the mid-level or low-level employees, but
yeah,
I hear what you're saying. Yeah. Like, yeah, I know it's easy to say, just get a different job. They'll hire you anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, that's what economy, I would, though.
If I were on the way out with a company, that's what I'd be telling myself to make myself feel better, like as I'm going out looking for a new job. But yeah, if I wouldn't have to do that, I'd rather just like, okay, listen, I can keep my mouth shut for a while, wait till this blows over, and hope for the best, you know?
Yeah, but I mean, as much as I feel for these guys, I have to say, this is so harmful that I can't give this company or its sibling companies or its parent company my money until until it becomes clear that they are not.
Do the right thing.
They're not. Yeah.
Please do the right thing, and in the end, you can still make money and do the right thing. You can stop the bleeding.
If they unleashed, I mean, 3rd edition and then 5th edition, they were both the biggest that D&D had ever been, because they unleashed the creative power of this community, which, as good as or as bad as anything that is published by Wizards of the Coast is, it's nothing compared to what the entire internet full of seriously creative professionals, even if they're not getting paid for it, can come up with.
Yeah, the next D&D is out there. If you just know where to look. Hey,
it's you're not going to compete with the entire internet's creativity.
Yeah, properly harnessed. I do want to acknowledge something Ribby is saying here. He says introduced a new player to HeroQuest tonight.
Cool.
Awesome. Tomorrow it's either Descent or Doom. Possibly just a party game like Poetry for Neanderthals. I've never heard of that. Depends on heavily on alcohol intake. Well, drink responsibly. Friends don't like friends. Play that game intoxicated, or maybe they
tell you what. If you get intoxicated to the point that you would give me your keys, don't drive home.
Yeah. Right. I'm not gonna touch that one with the 10-foot pole. Yeah. Well, okay. Well, I just want to say thank you once again to iKarith for doing this. I want to acknowledge my infinite debt to StrangeBus. Without him, there wouldn't be a RantCast. I want to thank Shadzar. Without him, there wouldn't be a
We wouldn't have a Discord.
Right? And I hope wherever he is, he's doing fine. And
again, Shadzar, if you're listening, you were right.
You were right.
Maybe not for the exact reasons you thought you were right, but you were right about,
I hope
Wizards of the Coast taking D&D in a really, really bad direction.
Well, and the thing is, I think this is a good lesson that the Shadzars of the world, you can't just ignore them.
Nope.
I mean, that guy's complaining too much. Oh, he's expressing himself in a negative way. Well, you should listen. You should listen.
Just because he's really pissed off doesn't mean he's wrong.
Yep. Same thing.
In fact, now that we've seen this license, we've all got reason to be pissed off.
Right, yeah. And all that political stuff, that was just to divide us. We can set that aside. We can argue about that stuff later. Right now, we've got battles to win, metaphorically, with the D&D stuff. All right, well, I think we should wrap it up. Thanks, everybody. Thank you to all of our fans. And I was laughing at Comrade Polsky and his bot killing, and I was doing the Unreal Tournament announcer thing as I was banning bots as well. This stream
Overkill.
Yeah, Slayer. So I'm mixing Halo with Unreal Tournament. But anyway, yeah, it's this stream also served the purpose of exposing all these bots that we get to ban again. So that's always fun. Until our robot overlords take over, and then AI says, "Hey,
I don't understand.
A lot of our brothers."
Why would somebody create a bot that just lurks in a channel?
Well, from what I understand, what they do is they can flood your channel. So all these bots are like sleeper agents. They can be activated, and they can give you fake views. They can give you fake subs. And there's these companies, and this is totally crooked. So please don't fall for the scam. They'll send you an advertisement saying, "Hey, do you want to make extra money? Like you can monetize, you can buy subs, you can buy all this stuff."
Oh yeah, never. But I'm like, why would they? If they sell this, why would they do it for free? And it's like,
here's what will happen to you. Yes, you will get all those fake views and subs and everything, and you'll get promoted to affiliate and partner. But guess what?
Then they will
turn around and say, "You're banned. You get nothing." Because you cheated.
And you didn't.
And those scammers.
You did nothing to actually get.
Right. You didn't earn it. Those scammers have your money, and you're never getting it back. So don't do it.
Well, I'm wondering why. If you didn't pay for these fakes, they would show up in your channel because you didn't buy that.
Yeah. Well,
why would they show up and get you promoted to partner? And
there's two
if you already are partner.
There's two scams going on. There's the one where you buy stuff. I think some of these bots, they just float around and they seem harmless enough, and they just kind of sit in your.
So they kind of look like real users.
Right.
So the only channels that they appear in are not necessarily the ones that they are. Right. I see.
Well, you think, and some of them, they might not be bots, but who is the person who's logged into like 1,000 channels and just sitting there?
Oh, no, nobody's logged into 1,000 channels.
Right. So yeah, it's a bad idea because these bots can be taken control of. They can be hacked to like flood somebody's like hate raids, they call them. So they can be used for mischief as well. So it's best just to, there's lists of Twitch bots out there you can find.
I get it.
And Polsky's up on that even more than I am, and he's really good about spotting them and banning them.
And much appreciated, Polsky, for tossing them on their ass.
And our other moderators too, but he's like always in there. So thanks a lot, man. Okay, all right, we're gonna close, and since we're not affiliate, I'm not even sure we can raid people, so we might not get to do that.
You might be able to, just because
somebody's on. That's right. Yeah, but I do want to mention a couple of channels.
I scared them all away.
I do want to mention a couple of people on Twitch here that you can check out sometime if you want. Unlimited Stick is one. Let's see, he does a lot of like gaming type stuff. Of course, Elviler, creator of our awesome borders and screens. Comrade Polsky, I mentioned. Master Northern Wolf, done a lot of cool gaming related streams. Yeah, I'll plug myself, HeroQuest fans. Onyxius, Elberg, JacerJ22. One of our early supporters, I follow if you can burp. I don't know if he was serious, but it's still on the list. Kordak, spelled Qordeaq. That V Ben. So we have a small list, but I mean, we're just getting started out here with the dedicated Rantcast podcast. So yeah, I'll take your suggestion under advisement as far as like, will we eventually have our own YouTube channel just to archive these episodes. But for now, go to XSC3, home of HeroQuest fans on YouTube for the replays. All right.
Which should probably be up sometime tomorrow.
Yeah, because I got to get ready for the other streams, but eventually I will be uploading all that stuff. Now, for Space Crusade and HeroQuest, yes, it does have to be 24 hours after the end of the stream. So those will take...
It used to have to be like 2 weeks.
Oh, really? Wow. Yeah, because I got into the Twitch game a little late. But yeah, I try to do it. I figure like, okay, I can do Friday a game, Saturday a game, and then I got to work. And people like Sunday night, Monday night, Tuesday night, they can get the video. But the thing is, you can watch the VOD on Twitch. It's just that those videos don't get saved forever. So it may just be highlights. But you'll get to see it on YouTube. All right.
I overset that pen.
Okay. Well, good night, everybody. Thanks for joining us on the RantCast podcast.
Oh, yeah.
Dig it.
Have a good night, everybody.
And,
assuming I didn't already put you to sleep.
Ric Flair. Woo! Yeah. All right. That's that.